Peace, family. I'll be on in just a second. Thanks for coming in. Thank you so much. Give me a second. I got to get some water. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. I so appreciate the audience. Thanks so much. Today's topic is present-day Egyptians distinct from ancient Egyptians. Present-day Egyptians are distinct from ancient Egyptians. New DNA study shows that present-day Egyptians have more Sub-Saharan DNA, where the Nui rat sequence DNA has less. Present-day Egyptians are distinct from Old Kingdom sequence DNA. The first thing I like to do on this show is I would like to pull up what Dr. Hawass said. So let me go and find this. Give me a second. There you go. Okay. So listen to Dr. Zahi Hawass. Listen to Dr. Zahi Hawass and listen closely. Can everyone hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me before I plays. And let me just blow this up. Great. Press 1 if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Press 1. Great. Hey, peace, Brother La. Hey, thank you so much for joining, my good brother. My good brother. So let's hear what Dr. Zahi Hawass has to say. Okay. And
no, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really in the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why we have, you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. Or from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really in the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why we have, you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. Or from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not.
So the interviewer that he was speaking to actually also confirmed they were dark skinned, they were black, but they were not Negroes. I'm going to use the word sub-Saharan in my presentation, but he says that they were dark and they were black, but they were not Negroes. And he said, look at their lips, right? Let's see what he says again.
Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really in the Egyptian origin at all. It's different.
It's different. So this is Dr. Zahi Hawass's statement. And if you could put in the chat what you think about that. But Dr. Zahi Hawass from the new genome of the Old Kingdom Egyptian Hey, Camdiverse, how you doing? Peace, right? The genome of the sequenced Nuriwat specimen, right? Uh, in this particular case, we are going to see something otherwise, and we have something really surprising. So let me play what I'm going to play for you. All right. So this is my presentation, and I might play it several times during this. But listen.
Title: Genomic Evidence for Increased Sub-Saharan African Ancestry in Modern Egyptians, Compared to Ancient Specimens. In a surprising turn of events, it seems that present-day Egyptians have grown distinct from their claimed ancient Egyptian roots. The fact is that the present-day Egyptians have Sub-Saharan ancestry, not like the ancient Egyptians' sequenced individual Nuerat. Dr. Hawass's attacks on Sub-Saharan ancestry comes back to bite him. Recent advances in ancient DNA sequencing have enabled direct comparison between the genome of a 4,500, 4,800-year-old Egyptian individual from Nuerat and present-day Egyptian populations. Findings from the first complete genome sequencing of an ancient Egyptian, as reported by Strickland 2025 in CNN, demonstrate that modern Egyptians possess a significantly higher proportion of sub-Saharan African ancestry than the Nuerat specimen, reflecting substantial genetic shifts over the past several millennia. The question of genetic continuity between ancient and modern Egyptians has been a subject of debate among scholars and the public alike. The recent sequencing of the Nuerat individual's genome provides a unique opportunity to compare ancient and contemporary Egyptian genetic profiles, particularly regarding sub-Saharan African admixture, Strickland 2025. The Nuerat specimen, dating from the early dynastic to Old Kingdom transition, 4,500 to 4,800 years ago, was analyzed using DNA extracted from dental cementum. Whole genome sequencing allowed researchers to compare this ancient genome to those of present-day Egyptians and other populations using principal component analysis, PCA, and admixture modeling, Strickland 2025. The Nuerat individual's genome was found to be approximately 80% North African and 20% West Asian Mesopotamian, with very limited sub-Saharan African ancestry. In contrast, present-day Egyptians were shown to have 14 to 21% sub-Saharan African ancestry, a substantial increase attributed to historical migrations, the trans-Saharan slave trade, and ongoing population movement over the last 2 millennia. Strickland, 2025. These findings indicate that present-day Egyptians are genetically closer to sub-Saharan African populations than their ancient predecessors, such as the Nuerat specimen. This challenges claims of a static, isolated Egyptian identity and highlights the dynamic mixed heritage of Egypt's population. Dr. Zahi Hawass has egg on his face, and here is why. Science has caught up to his untruths. How recent DNA findings challenge Dr. Hawass's claim on Egyptian identity. Dr. Hawass's position. Dr. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's most prominent archaeologist, has consistently argued that Egyptians are neither black nor white, but uniquely Egyptian. He has rejected both Afrocentric claims that ancient Egyptians were black Africans and Eurocentric claims that they were white, emphasizing a distinct continuous Egyptian identity separate from both Africa and the Middle East. Key DNA findings. Ancient Egyptian genomes, limited sub-Saharan ancestry. The recently sequenced genome of the Nuerat individual, 4,500, 4,800 years ago, shows about 80% North African and 20% West Asian Mesopotamian ancestry, with very limited sub-Saharan African ancestry. Ancient Egyptian mummies from later periods, New Kingdom to Roman era, also show only 6 to 15% sub-Saharan African ancestry. Modern Egyptians, substantial sub-Saharan ancestry. Present-day Egyptians have 14-21% sub-Saharan African ancestry, a significant increase over ancient samples. This increase occurred mainly in the last 2,000 years driven by historical migrations, the trans-Saharan slave trade, and ongoing population movement along the Nile. Modern Egyptians are genetically shifted toward sub-Saharan African populations, reflecting recent admixture and a more complex ancestry profile. Contradictions with Dr. Hawass's claims. Dynamic, not static, identity. The DNA evidence shows that Egyptian identity is not static or isolated, but the result of ongoing admixture with both African and Eurasian populations. This directly challenges the idea of a unique, unchanging Egyptian identity that is neither black nor white. Significant African component. The substantial and recent increase in sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians contradicts claims that Egyptians are biologically distinct from African populations. Instead, modern Egyptians are now genetically closer to sub-Saharan Africans than their ancient ancestors were. Complex ancestry. The findings reveal that Egyptians have always been a product of migration and mixing, undermining assertions that ancient Egyptians were purely Egyptian and not influenced by surrounding populations. Predicted responses of present-day Egyptians to increased sub-Saharan ancestry and distinction from the Nuweirat specimen. This section reviews anticipated responses among present-day Egyptians to recent genetic findings indicating increased sub-Saharan African ancestry and genetic distinction from the ancient Nuweirat specimen, national identity and historical continuity. Many Egyptians are expected to emphasize a narrative of deep historical continuity, highlighting their indigenous North African roots and viewing themselves as direct descendants of ancient Egyptians. This perspective is prevalent in both public discourse and academic circles, reinforcing a sense of unbroken national identity. While scientific distinctions between modern Egyptians and the Nuweirat specimen may be acknowledged, these are often interpreted as evidence of Egypt's historical role as a crossroads of civilizations, rather than as a rupture in continuity. Reactions to increased sub-Saharan ancestry. Public reactions to the revelation of increased sub-Saharan African ancestry are likely to be mixed. Pride in diversity. Some Egyptians may embrace the findings as validation of Egypt's multicultural heritage and its openness to migration and exchange. Defensiveness or skepticism. Others may respond defensively, particularly if the findings are perceived as challenging established narratives about Egyptian identity or are invoked in external debates regarding the race of ancient Egyptians. Debate. Over Arab identity. Previous genetic studies indicating that Egyptians are not predominantly Arab have already sparked debate, with some expressing surprise or discomfort at findings that challenge the Arab identity narrative. Academic and media discourse. Egyptian academics and segments of the media are likely to advocate for nuanced, evidence-based discussions, emphasizing the importance of distinguishing legitimate research from pseudo-historical claims. There will also be calls for further ancient DNA studies from diverse regions and periods of Egypt to provide a more comprehensive understanding, as current findings are based on limited samples. Social media and public forums. Social media platforms and online forums are expected to become arenas for contentious debates about Egyptian identity, ancestry, and the interpretation of genetic data. These discussions may be polarized, with some users welcoming the new data and others dismissing or contesting it. There is also concern that genetic findings may be misused by external groups to advance political or ideological agendas, prompting calls for moderation and fact-checking in public discussions. Summary. Most Egyptians are likely to interpret the increased sub-Saharan ancestry as part of Egypt's long history of migration and exchange, rather than as a rupture with the past. The genetic distinction from the Nuweirat specimen will be contextualized within Egypt's broader genetic and cultural evolution, with responses shaped by national pride, historical narratives, and ongoing debates about identity. public and academic discourse will likely stress the complexity of Egyptian ancestry and the need for careful, nuanced interpretation of genetic data. Recent DNA research demonstrates that Egyptian identity has been shaped by significant and ongoing genetic absorption from both Africa and Eurasia. The marked increase in Sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians, especially over the last 2 millennia, directly challenges Dr. Hawass's claim that Egyptians are neither black nor white. Instead, the genetic evidence reveals a dynamic mixed heritage that reflects Egypt's long-standing role as a crossroads of civilizations. Dr. Hawass's racism on Sub-Saharan Africa has completely backfired on him. The oldest specimen of an ancient Egyptian is distinct from his present-day Egyptian genome. He has more Sub-Saharan genome than the ancient Egyptian specimen. Attacking Sub-Sahara now is attacking his ancestry. This should be embarrassing, and this paper destroys his old arguments, and they should now be dismissed. Dr. Zahi Hawass' arguments of separating ancient Egypt from sub-Saharan populations and being a self-installed gatekeeper of who the ancient Egyptians are now comes to haunt him when we find that sub-Saharan populations makes present-day Egyptians who they are. His statements about some Egyptians being dark but not black is destroyed by the sequenced specimen. The article clearly says that the New Wayrat individual is predicted to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin, with a lower probability of intermediate skin color. For years, Dr. Zahi Hawass and others have used skin sub-Saharan as disguised racism and focused on phenotypes. His disrespect to sub-Saharan populations is now a disrespect to his ancestors. The world now gets a joyful laugh. Dr. Zahi Hawass did not see this coming, but should have. I will say this again, but this is embarrassing, but science has a way of fixing racism. The fact is that present-day Egyptians have absorbed many populations, and they are proud of that. Will they be proud of the sub-Saharan populations? The world is laughing. Dr. Hawass has equated sub-Saharan to black, and has said many times that the ancient Egyptians were not black. Well, the fact is, if he wants to use racist terms, the present-day Egyptians are part black and sub-Saharan, while the New Wayrat specimen ranges from dark to black and is not sub-Saharan. In African-American terms, they have been passing. Scholars, writers, researchers now know this, and this pseudo-connection of the ancient Egyptians being his ancestors is not true. They are closer to sub-Saharan Africans. African scholars are comfortable with this northeastern origin of the Nile Valley and also know that the Badarian groups had pot burials and they are connected to the Nubian populations. Further, this study gives us more contrast as we look at North Africa's people's phenotypes and can now see the significance of the earlier Libyan mummy Wan Muhugiag to the Nile Valley and to later Egypt. Dr. Hawass's oversimplification and racist tones has helped him miss that darkness, and blackness was an attribute of North Africa in the earliest times and not an attribute of only sub-Saharan populations. What he should now be concerned with is the blackness in present-day Egyptians. Let me say this again for good measure. The article clearly says that the New Wayrat individual is predicted to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin, with a lower probability of intermediate skin color. As more data comes out from other genome sequences and population affiliation, we will get closer to the truth, but this study completely destroys years of Dr. Hawass's unscientific statements about race, phenotypes, blackness, and the usage of art. Dr. Zahi Hawass has egg on his face.
Okay, family. Okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to, in a second, pull up the article. So let me just stop sharing or share something else while I do this. The article says that the present-day Egyptians have increased sub-Saharan genomes, that the present-day Egyptians or distinct from the ancient Egyptians. Dr. Zahi Hawass has said this. This is what he has said. And for a while, the world could, in fact, listen to him, but not now.
No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. All from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian.
Well, Dr. Zahi Hawass, we're going to have to look at your fat lip now and your nose and the color of your ancestors, which have increased Sub-Saharan DNA. Right? So the issue is that he totally missed that from the third intermediate period, that's Bianchi Shabaka, that from the Schunemann paper, the Al-Malak study, it said that there was more increased sub-Saharan genomes in the ancient Egyptian genome. So from that paper itself, the problem is that the North Africans who are in the Delta region, those groups in Egypt, they begin to admix. Now, there are other populations such as the Badarian groups and, of course, the local Nubian groups that have already admixed. But in the point of this article is that the present day Egyptians absorbed from the third intermediate period on more Africanness or sub-Saharanness. Now, Dr. Zahi Hawass says that they were not African. Now, I know there seems to be a language barrier, but he was educated in the United States. Let's listen to him.
No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro.
They're not Negro. Okay. So he's talking about the ancient Egyptians were not Negro. But the problem is, Dr. Zahi Hawass, you in the present day Egyptians have more Negro genomes. Let's go.
Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this.
Said Breeze says, I'm getting hung up on the dark skin. No, actually, I'm not. The article is basically saying that it's talking about genomes, and it's not. It only mentioned one part, that this specimen had dark to black skin, right? But Dr. Hawass is free to say that they were dark or they were black, but they were not Negroes. So let's play it again.
They were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro.
He corrected her. They're dark skinned, but they're not Negro.
Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian origin at all. It's different.
Camdy Verse says, I'm playing chess and you're too slow to catch up. This is what you call a paradigm blindness. When all that you have heard before this particular sample is that the North Africa was entirely light skinned. Now we find that North Africa, in this particular specimen, had dark skin. Now I played earlier the Libyan mummy who had dark skin on the mummy, right? And you minimize that. Now that all comes back to bite. So let me go and try to find the article. If you give me a second, so I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, for example, and let's go Nature. I think it's Nature, and I don't have my lights on, so let me turn on my light. There you go. See, my light comes on. Great. So I got, oh, and my thing fell down. Let's stop sharing this. I gotta fix this. Stop sharing this for a second. Let's fix this. Okay. Great. I think that Cammy Verse, I think Pan African James, I think others that are watching the show, I think that people are really, really confused now. We're not arguing dark skin. We're not arguing that. That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing from this paper that we're arguing genomes. And in this paper, it says the present day Egyptians have more sub-Saharan ancestry. So let's go and find this paper. Okay. Okay, so here's Pan-African James. The same thing the paper says. They're dark skinned, but they aren't sub-Saharan Africans. The paper agreed with Hawass. Pan-African James, who are you talking about? You're talking about the present day, or are you talking about the ancients? Who are you talking about? I know what you're talking about, right? They have dark skin and they aren't sub-Saharan Africans according to the genomes. So you're right. The issue is the present day Egyptians have increased sub-Saharan ancestry, right? So what we are arguing in this paper is, in this particular presentation, is a surprising finding that the present day Egyptians, so let's share the screen. The paper does not agree with Hawass in Hawass's statement that the ancient Egyptians weren't Negroes, right? Because now we have shallow thinking of what a Negro is. He said Negro. He didn't say sub-Saharan. He didn't say that. So let's go to the paper. Solomon TV, Reggie, the ones who think they know gonna mess this up. They're not messing it up. It just shows that they haven't read the paper, and and it's paradigm blindness. So let's go and find present day. Present. Where is the oh, there it goes right there. Present day. Okay, so let's go and find where I need to go, which is present day Egyptians, right? Oh, I think maybe I passed it. Okay, so in this particular slide, let's blow this up. Let's see if I can get rid of this. No thanks. Get rid of this. All right. So they used a model. One of the models, right, was to look at the two-third intermediate period I think, samples and present-day Egyptian genomes. Okay, so let's go. We next tested how present-day Egyptian ancestry could be traced to the Bronze Age populations living in North Africa, including the Nuiwat, individual West Asia, Europe, and Sub-Saharan. So what they did in this article is they looked at what was not expected present-day Egyptian populations, right? And they looked, and this is their sample set: Nuiwat, Middle Neolithic Morocco, Bronze Age Levant, and a 4,500-year-old individual from Ethiopia, Motor Man, right? And Camji Verse is going to hopefully do a show on the Motor Man and how this sample deals with that, right? So let's go to present day Egyptians. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? Okay, so let's say Egyptians, and where is it? It's probably in one of the sample sets, but and then there was one on CNN which summarized it. So I think I got it from the CNN. Okay, so this is the sample set, and what they did is I think it's in the CNN article. So let's look at the CNN article. Let's see, CNN. Here it goes. Christoph, peace to you. Okay, so from the summary in CNN, right, they say present day Egyptians. See where that is. Okay, so give me a second. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to have to go and scroll through it and read it. Okay. So in one of the samples, they take, in one of the sample sets, that is where they say present day Egyptians. And I'm going to have to search for that from the article. So give me a second. Let me see where is Sub-Saharan. So Saharan, it is not here. So I have to go back to the Nature article, and I'm going to have to drill down to the point. But let me just see if I can read it through it and find out. So while I'm trying to read through it and find it, the issue is that the modern day, the present day Egyptians, right, that they have increased Sub-Saharan ancestry. And so Dr. Hawass has to look at his own heritage, right, to understand what is going on about his own heritage as he made those comments, because of the transatlantic slave trade and because of the migrations of people into the Nile Valley. Right. Okay, ancestry. Okay, so okay, so there it goes. So let's find out where it is. Okay, so they go and they start talking about the ancestry of Hawaiian, of the later Egyptian populations, and okay, ancestry models of later Egyptians. Okay, so where we go, and it may be in this section here. Okay, and this is what is surprising, right? For the later Egyptian population. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so here we go. And so we have in the later populations, we have on the bottom, we have Morocco, we have the Nuiwa sample, we have the Caucasus right here. This is the modern present day Egyptians. And we have the Levant, right? We have Greece and Minoan, right? We have some Iranian, we have Congo, proto-historic, we have Ethiopia. You see these things right here? So all of these samples, the Motor Man, is in present day Egyptians, right? So they have increased sub-Saharan populations, genomes, right? But the sample called the Nuiwa sample, right, has little sub-Saharan. And so what this does is looks at North Africa, and in North Africa, we know that well, we're finding out that these populations changed over a time period, and they absorb sub-Saharan admixture. So that makes these groups of people over here, right? These groups of people over here absorbing it, and so they are not like the Nuiwat sample. Present day Egyptians, these guys right here, right, are not the same as the ancient Egyptians. Let me read the chat, and so I can go on. Okay, let's see, back to the article page and see if I can find more of it. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so what is going on in the chat? So the shifting of the, what you call present day Egyptians, have been shifted over the time period from the third intermediate period until the present, and added more sub-Saharan ancestry. So that helps the Shunaran study, the Al-Malek study, shows a model that influences the present day Egyptians. Most people, in this particular case, the article says what it says, that the Nuiwa sample is influenced by Mesopotamian and North Africa. That's no problem for us. The problem is that's no problem for people who study Africa unbiased. That's not a problem. The problem is for Dr. Hawass believing that Egypt has never changed, and that ancient Egyptians are their ancestors, right? That has changed, and that's what he did not factor in. Okay. Pan-African James says, do you know if they tested non-African archaic DNA in this study? Yeah, they tested Ethiopia models, Congo, Kindoki, prehistoric Morocco, Levant, right? Levant, Mesopotamian, Neolithic, right? The Caucasus, Iran, Greece, Minoan, and Egypt third intermediate period, Egypt Old Kingdom, and present day Egypt. That is what they tested from this sample, and you can see it clearly here. Let's go here. I think is it up or down? Sorry, where is that chart? Because I made it bigger, so I missed the chart. So the issue is, if you reflect on what Dr. Hawass says, his particular term of Negro, what does he mean? He means Negro is only in Sub-Saharan? See, that's not scientific, right? Uh, uh, what is he doing with evolution? Where did humans originally become Homo sapiens sapiens? The Rift Valley, maybe? South Africa, maybe? Okay, those groups, they became distinct when they got isolated in North Africa, but they are still Africans, right? They now people want to play the skin color game. Well, skin color shifted over several generations, but then you have, for example, the Libyan mummy. So let's pull up the Libyan mummy. Libyan mummy. He's North African. Let's see over here. He's North African. He's dark. He's black. But what's a Negro? What's a Negro? Big nose, big lips, dark skin. Right. That's a Negro? Okay, well, fine. Through the transatlantic slave trade, through the trans-Saharan slave trade, right? The Egyptian population, right, absorbed more Sub-Saharan DNA, and they absorbed, of course, Northeast Africa DNA, and they in fact changed, right? They become distinct from those other groups. So there he goes. This is the Wan Umajeg Muhajjag. This is Wan Muhajjag. This is him. You can see his skin still on his face. So one of the things now, this helps us to understand that people at this time period in Libya, which is Northeast Africa, were dark skinned, right? Which Hawass agrees with. But Hawass uses a code word, Sub-Saharan, for Negro. The whole point of this is to show that the modern Egyptians absorbed those populations within them. That some of their ancestors, or many of those ancestors, are what he called Negroes. So his group is distinct from the Old Kingdom. Do y'all understand that? Let me just check to see if y'all understand that, and I'll open up the lines. Okay, what's Brother La say? It's really becoming more transparent to me that Africans are just, for the most part, being washed up out of history and existence. And the more I dig, research, and study, it makes me more and more upset. Okay. Love Myfro, how you doing, sister? How you doing? Thanks for joining. Said Breeze. Okay, so he keeps saying, yes, James. Okay, so now it says, it shows Levantine Neolithic, which are Natufian. The study says Mesopotamia. He's 80% Northeast Africa, and he's 20% Mesopotamia. Where are you getting this Natufian? Where are you getting? Except for the Natufians are north. You're looking at the Natufians, the Natufian groups that go into the Levant, right? Syria. You're not looking at the early Natufian groups, their parents that began in Africa before they left, right? That's what you're not looking at. Okay. Here's Chief X. Show the source paperwork for the wild-based claims, no fake AI videos. What didn't I show? What didn't I show, Chief X? I just showed it. What part didn't I show? I don't understand. What it is that let me get back to Hawass. This is what you believe. Let's get back to Hawass. Let me just get back to Hawass. Here you go, Chief X. This is what you have believed, right? This is a fake. This is a fake video. Where you at? Here you go. Nope. Here you go. Where is it? Here. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I collapsed it. So let me go. So y'all Mediterranean people and all of that, right? This is your prophet. Listen to your prophet, right? This destroys everything that you ever said.
No, they were not escaped, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really in the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. All from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. No, they were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at this.
Okay, so let's go to the study. Let's go back to the study. There you go. All right. So let's go to this section. Ancestry models of later Egyptians. You see it right there? Okay. Here is the ancestry of the later Egyptians, right? Now down here is Morocco. You have Morocco, and you have Northeast African sample Nuiwat right here, right? You have them right here. On top of who they are, is from the Caucasus. Look at that right there. Let me blow this up. Okay. Right? Then you have Congo Kendoki. See it right here, pink? See it right there? Then you have Ethiopia. You see that right there? Sub-Saharan, right? Who else do you have? Then you have, the Iran groups, right? That's down here, right? Okay, that's where they get from this particular sample, right? Of this old, of this present day Egyptians, right? They absorb that, but they absorb these things. This is what they absorb. So they become, look at this, they become these percentages, right, in the present day Egyptians. And they are distinct from Nuirat, who doesn't have all of this BS up here. He doesn't have that. He just has Northeast African and Mesopotamian. And those are the models. Now, I know it's difficult for you to see this and calculate and understand. I do know that, right? Let's see. Ancestry proportions of the present day Egyptian genomes for the best fit model QDM. So let's see, A and B. So maybe I can find the chart for you. Let's see, full size image. Let's click this. Same image right here, ancestry proportions. And you are going to argue with me on that later Egyptians absorbed Sub-Saharan DNA. Is that what you're going to do? Is that what you're going to do? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to absorb, you're going to argue with me about the absorption of the data files. So let's go here. Let's see. Let me just stop sharing and give me a second and I will get it. All right. So with that said, who's our first candidate? Pan-African Day. Today, Egyptians are 75% European. I'm confused. Wow. Wow. They are 75% European? Okay, that's not okay. So let's let's go find this. There you go. All right. Candidates. Give me a second. Copy candidate. And there you go. And disable camera. Oh wait. You have the chat. So let's come in. See, the problem is science catches up with stuff. So now we have a sequenced genome of an old one, but that's better than nothing. But when it was the Schunemann report, you went bananas. Now we have a sequenced individual and we're waiting for more sequenced individuals. Where are you? Where I open up the chat. Where are you at? Where are you at? To say that ancient Egyptians are 75% European, that's not true. So let's just try to clear this stuff up. I'm here. Let's see. Anybody coming in? Anybody coming in? I'll put it in again. Okay. What happened? I mean, some of you got some Dasharat, peace Dasharat. Western Mesopotamia was Remet stomping grounds too. I think that there is migration and trade. You can see from the Nurmur. Let's put up the Nurmur. Okay, so here we go. Who's this? Jose Francis. Okay. So I was going to put up the Nurmur. Nurmur. Put up the Nurmur palette for you. And the Nurmur palette will help us to understand and explain some things that we weren't able to explain before. So let's share the screen. Great. Screen number 2. Right, allow. Here we go. So this, for a while, this image right here of the Nile Valley Africans taming this emblem that we know comes from Mesopotamia was a little bit difficult for us to kind of confirm. Now we have a sample that helps us understand that that peoples from this region, Mesopotamia, where this object occurs, right, were in the Nile Valley. Simple as that. So we have information now that helps us with this. We also we knew from a while, when you look at the seals, the ancient Egyptian seals, that was borrowed. So let's go and look at ancient Egyptian seals. Ancient Egyptian seals. So in these images, you will see ancient Egyptian seals. This does not come from the Levant directly. It comes from Mesopotamia. All right, who do we have here? Give me a second. All right. I'm sorry, my screen is frozen for a second. Give me a second. My screen froze, and I will bring you in. Jose, you have something to say while I'm trying to
Yeah, brother Reggie. Good night.
Jose, good night. How
You
are
hear
you?
me?
So I'm trying to.
I'm good,
Yes. Can you hear
you
me?
see, they're not listening to you, Reggie. You're comparing the minority 20 to 25% to the newer rat man. You're not dealing with the majority, and they're not listening to you. They're arguing, but they didn't listen to what you said. They're saying the little bit of African that these people have are sub-Saharan African, which means technically they are more African than the ancestors. Correct, or am I not hearing
They
what
are
you're saying?
African because they come from Northeast African. They are they are not. This sample does not say that he is sub-Saharan. That's okay
Right,
because it's still African. The fact of the matter
right.
is that the present day Egyptians absorbed sub-Saharan DNA. So when Dr. Hawass is running his mouth about being racist about sub-Saharan DNA, it's not the Nuriwat sample that has it, it's his sample that has it.
Exactly.
So
So
that's
he
the
is
thing.
20% Negro. So he is 20%
Uh,
Negro, basically.
percentage, it could be 14, it could be whatever. But the fact of the matter is, the present day Egyptians absorbed lots of groups, including sub-Saharan groups. That's the point. And so while he's
Right.
talking about the big lips and the big noses, his ancestry has that. I
Exactly.
have I also have Candy Verse on. So this stamping, this boule type stuff comes from not the Levant, but from Mesopotamia, because Levant did not create this. It found itself in the region as those people went into the Levant to get to Egypt. Candy Verse, what's going on?
What's up, Reggie? Yeah, I don't think the majority of the viewers understand your chess moves.
No, they completely did not, because I am not looking at the old kingdom specimen as much as I'm looking at the present day uh, the present day Egyptians. That's who I'm interested in, and that they are distinct from the group that they say they are. They have themselves changed, and that is the problem, Candyverse.
Yeah, they don't want to accept their blackness. You could have a South Sudanese who speaks fluent Arabic Egyptian, and they won't be accepted as Egyptian, even though their studies show that that's their brother, that's their ancestor.
That's correct. Why? Because you can do it with religion, you can do it with looking at people, but you can't do it right with DNA. With DNA, you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to hold the L. So Hawass and them gonna have to hold. They're gonna have to hold the L. So now explain to us before you do it on your show. What did they do with Motor Man?
Well, I mean, I actually talked about this study a few weeks ago, and I think maybe even a month back when I went after Ernesto, which is Egyptologist 777, Ernesto Graf. And he had used a published abstract of the study to try to show that, oh, these ancient, Kemites, black folk aren't black, right? Now, the study, there's a lot of problems with the study, and I've been speaking a little bit with, Dr. Kada in the background about it. But this is basically Schuneman Part 2. And one of the things I'm gonna focus on in my show is Motorman. They got Motorman as an outgroup, right? Where Motorman is closer geographically and chronologically to this new NUE specimen, right? Now, the modern Egyptian, as you pointed out, if you take this study and the Schuneman study, the modern Egyptian is closer to Motorman, so-called Sub-Saharan Africans, than the ancient sample, right? So the thing that they're trying to associate with Negroes, according to their study, is more closer to them. And I got a long list of different, genetic tools like the QPADM, marker that they used, or sequencing tool that they used. A lot of people don't know that it's low coverage data, right? Low coverage basically defines like the integrity of the ancient DNA. And this specimen was 0.22x, which is 22% of what they would expect for like a robust sample. So in their sequencing, they use a lot of historical and archaeological priors to try to make sense of the data. They make assumptions about which populations admixed and when, where according to Shamar Takeda's analysis of the Schuneman study, a lot of these sequencing tools, they can detect admixture, but they can't determine when the continuity took place. So you could have a so-called basal Eurasian ancestry, but is that actually ancestral North African? A lot of these studies are not clear about that. And you could find a mistake where they went through all of this talking about the Berber component, the Ibero-Mauritian, acting as if Paleolithic North Africans were white-skinned. And here they have a North African so-called non-Sub-Saharan that's dark to black skin. So they really tripped themselves up. And I'm going to go into some more of the details, on my show.
Okay, so great. So because we have a sample, and if it was in the present day Egyptian archaeologists, they have the tools to sample it, but it doesn't line up with what they want to say. It doesn't line up with what they want to say. So we will never see it. So what happens is we went outside. They went outside into Europe. The Europeans went outside and got a sample. And then that sample, in that particular sample, we find that they say, well, great, we have an old Egyptian specimen. So let's put it under the lab. Let's put it under the lab. Let's do a genome of it so that we can have one complete specimen so that we can compare, right? Because the Schuneman studies, these were cemetery with different generations of people who lived there, right? And that those samples, getting a good sample of an old Egyptian, a pot burial, right, was not there. So they chose that cemetery where they could have chose other cemeteries, right? And the other cemeteries would have given. So the issue is with the data, it's getting more data, but the problem is that what we have a surprising find is that surprising find is that the present day Egyptians don't match well with this particular sample. So here's Pan African James coming on, and let me Pan African James. You got Camdy Verse on, you got Jose Francis on, you got me. So you seem to have some issues or some questions or something like that. So let's hear it.
Well, you know how it go, Reggie. We ain't gonna always agree on everything, right? So this is what I'm getting out from what you're saying. You're saying what they're saying, but kind of like I'm getting it in reverse. So you're saying that they absorb Sub-Saharan African DNA, right? But I'm saying that the original population absorbed their DNA because they was already there, right? So it's just really how it's flipped around.
I don't understand that. So
okay, so if the Sub-Saharan Africans were originally in the northern, and they came out of Africa. We know they came and they left out. Matter of fact, that's not even used Sub-Saharan Africa because there's no such thing as that. Either Africans left out or they didn't, right? Can we agree that there ain't no such thing as a Sub-Saharan African?
Yeah, it's a pseudoscientific term.
Right, we can agree with that term.
Okay, so let's
that. Right, we can agree with that, but I'm just trying to help. Your focus is on what? My focus is on
that they, in this paper, they identified some DNA and they specifically made sure that they said that Sub-Saharan Africans wasn't a part of this. Did I make that up?
You said that there's
no, I'm not talking about what the
why
paper
is that a problem when it's a fake term?
Because that's their way of separating the source population from the population that they're talking about.
Okay, so I said, so I talked about the Bedarians, right? So the Bedarian groups are some of the first groups that introduced the pot burial. We know that the Bedarian groups have Nubian and Sudanese genomes, right? So this is one specimen, but what this specimen helps us do is focus on present day Egyptians, right? To see if they are a distinct group. You want to argue something else?
No, I'm really just trying to be nuances the way that they got out of acknowledging that these people are the same people that's been in Africa for years. So if we were doing like what Cam was just saying, and if we just took the motive from L3, we know that the next mutation is the Taharakari basal N. That's the next mutation, Reggie. That's not even, we ain't even talking about this paper right here. But guess what?
Let's only talk about this paper primarily, right?
We can't just talk about this paper because we got evidence. Why would we do that? We're gonna use that L3, which mutates to that basal N in Liberia, that's the Taharakari sample. And guess what the next mutation is? N1A. That is the Egyptian mutation in the study that we're talking about. So what they want us to do is not to accept the Taharakari sample and accept the sample in Romania. So what we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? Because the basal N is in Africa. So the next N that's off in this paper is N1A. That is the mutation off the basal N. So what we gonna do? We gonna act dumb?
No, we're not gonna act dumb. But what we are gonna do is use this particular sample and what it says. So you want to argue? What are you? We're all arguing the Africanness of the Nile Valley, right? Of these cultures and civilizations, even the Libyan groups, even those in Morocco. We're arguing the Africanness of it, right? What I'm doing is arguing now that this group, this sample, is distinct from the present day Egyptians.
I agree.
That's what this show is about.
Okay, we're on the same page with that. We're just trying to get the nuances out of this paper where they said that they wasn't Sub-Saharan African.
I don't care.
Okay. Well, let me then.
I don't care
about that. Okay. But that's what I thought that we were trying to get out of the way.
We did by showing that Hawass.
That's what
we did. By showing Hawass that the things that he'd been saying that they were not Negroes, right?
They said that they were just North Africans and they was Mesopotamian. Homo sapien DNA. That's what I'm asking, Reggie.
Sub-Saharan. If you want to use the fake term Sub-Saharan, if you want to use its fake term Sub-Saharan, right? Meaning you want to use their temporal bad arguments, you can. We're looking at the whole of Africa, right? And we're looking at migrating people and people that become isolated in North Africa, right? And those Africans who got isolated in North Africa, they originally were sub-Saharan populations. You got it? And then over time they grew distinct. There's not, and so when they get distinct, then we can capture that. And then we have migrating Africans in North Africa, right? That now are dark skinned, they're black, not like what Chief X is saying, right? And that these groups of people find themselves in Egypt, right? As one of the groups. When we get another sample, we can get another group. But right now we have a sample that says the present day Egyptians, there's not a complete line from them to the ancient Egyptians. Yeah. And you want to argue something else. You want to add, you want to bring in more data because you want to fight for a fake sub-Saharan Africa. You want to fight for that term?
You see what I just said, Reggie? They're gonna miss the point because because people want to put their own implications on what you said. You did the right thing. You brought the article out and you read what the article said. They're gonna have people who are gonna argue something that has nothing to do with the article, that has nothing to do with you, Reggie. You are doing the right thing. They're gonna make their own argument. You just put it out there to say, well, listen, this is what it says, and this man is wrong because he's talking crazy and he never did a study in his life. And this is the most pristine study of an ancient Kemetic that you're ever going to get, Reggie. That they have ever got. Correct or incorrect?
Now.
It's the best that they've ever got.
It's the best that we
can. So this is the best so far.
Yes. And what it says is that the present day Egyptians absorbed a lot of populations, but increased their populations, right, of sub-Saharan. The Shunaran report said that the sub-Saharan Africans came at a later point. All that is nice, but what I'm saying is that the present day Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians because of the absorption of the Greeks, of the Minoans, of the Arabs, of the other and the sub-Saharan groups, right? And the absorption and they're in North Africa. So the North African Egyptians, right, absorb other groups, and now that makes them distinct from the ancient Egyptians. And so what you're saying is right. I'm just trying to figure out, catch up with Brother James. You're fighting
There's nothing to catch up with, Reggie. He's talking about something else that you're not talking about. That's the long and short of the situation. The study doesn't mention any of those things. The study was not for that purpose. The study was to say, we know this individual is indigenous because of his burial, because of his diet, and because of other things surrounding what they have on him. So they know that for sure. And they say, since this is the most pristine indigenous individual, this is going to be our standard until we find more of these burials to understand better. And that's it. There's no argument about that.
It's not only our
took a sample from the tooth root and they said, this is this. There's no argument. It's a scientific report that you read, so there's no argument.
It's not on right. So I'm just adding to what you're saying. It's not only our standard, it is the standard. It's simple as that. Right? It's one sample. So now there's a race for more samples to get more information. Camdy Burst got off, right? So,
and the funny part, and the crazy part, Reggie, is this sample, according to the provenance, came from them digging in Egypt, and as part of the deal, they got to keep some of these samples. So this is one of the samples that they got to keep from the dig in ancient Egypt. when they were over there,
Oh, that's correct. So let me just
according to the Prophet.
put. Thank you. Let me just put this up. So what the other proponents were waiting, the opponents were waiting for, they were waiting for something that talks about light skinned uh, North Africans, right? And that's their code word because they're not sub-Saharan. But it turns out that North Africa has dark-skinned people in it, right? At this time period, right? And so this
Yes.
and so it also turns out that the present day Egyptians absorbed for their misdeeds of the trans-Saharan slave trade, absorbed sub-Saharan DNA themselves that made themselves distinct from the ancient Egyptian sample. So there is not a complete chain. There are broken chains, and so their ancestors are many people, but ironically, sub-Saharan people, right? And that is the problem. And so for Hawass to continue to talk and to target sub-Saharan, he fails, and that is this problem that this article actually solves, right? It doesn't solve it. He wasn't the target; he became the casualty, right?
Right.
He actually becomes the casualty. And so now, since we have this sample, here's this. This is what I want to show. Okay. So here is the sample. Here he is right here, right? You see him right here? He's a pot burial. Now, if we want to bring something else into the article, okay, so let's bring in Badarian pot burials. Let's Badarian. So now we get a chance to say, well, he's buried in a pot. So now we get to look at something like the Badarian pot burials, right? So the Badarian pot burials refer to a practice of burying dead in ceramic pots or large pottery vases, particularly associated with the Badarian cultures of pre-dynastic Egypt. These burials, often containing the remains of adults and sometimes children, offer insights into the funerary practices and social structure of this civilization, right? And so the symbolism, particularly these hollow forms, may have been symbolized a rebirth in the afterlife, right? And this is called the earliest mummification. So this, let's see if I can find some more on it. Badarian culture. Now, if we look at the Badarian culture, right? Now we have to be careful now. Where is Nubia? Is Nubia Northeast Africa? Yes or no? Yes. Right? Is Nubia, right, sub-Saharan? Is Nubia sub-Saharan?
No.
There may be parts
No.
of Nubia that you can say is sub-Saharan, but there is parts, right? Lower Nubia, right? We're talking about Aswan, and we're talking about those regions. Those are included in Egypt when they wanted to be. So those populations are certainly populations of Egypt. Now, when we look at the Badari culture, which is a culture earlier than the Kata culture, right? This is 4,400 and 4,000 BC. Let's bring this up. Oh, sorry. This group of people, we know that, watch this. If I type in Nubia, right? Okay. So this is the first thing. It says basalt vases from the Badari side were most likely traded up the river from the delta or from the northeast. Shells came in quantities from the Red Sea. A Syrian connection suggested, right? The black pottery and white insides may have come directly from the west or the south, right? So that's one search, but that's not what I'm looking for. Um, Recent archaeological evidence has suggested that the Tasman and Badarian Nile Valley sites were a peripheral network of earlier Northeast African cultures that featured the movement of Badarian, Saharan, Nubian, and Nilotic populations. Let's look at this. Wait. Okay. So then there is in 1971, Eugene Stohau came to the conclusion that the distribution of the Badarian skulls extends from the Europoi to Negroid range, right? Of the 117 skulls, the majority of 94 skulls shows mixed Europod Negro features. This is from an earlier study, right? Then it says they were black in 16 samples, dark brown, 11 brown, 12 light brown, and one and gray in 11 cases. That's the hair. In 2007, Strohel would characterize the physical features of ancient A group Nubians as being, okay, he says Caucasoid, which is not distinguishable from contemporary pre-dynastic Egyptian. But let's see what Dr. Cater says. So then Dr. Cater says that although no West Asian or other North African samples were included in the original study as a comparative series were selected based on Brasses et al. 1993 comments on the affinities of Upper Egyptian Nubian epileptic series. Keita further noted that the additional analysis using materials from Sudan, late dynastic, northern Egypt, Somalia, Asia, and the Pacific Islands showed that the Badarian series to be more similar to a series from northeast quadrant of Africa, and then to other Africans. Keita criticized the methodology of the Brass study, right? So let's go. Keita found that early pre-dynastic groups in southern Egypt, is that in Nubia? I mean, is that in sub-Saharan southern Egypt, which included Badarian skeleton samples, were similar to Nile Valley material from areas of the south and north or upper Egypt. The reason why I'm reading this into the record is that the Badarian groups of people were kind of the ancestors of what we call the ancient Egyptians. And then there's the Nakata groups, and they have Nubian affinities, right? What Christopher Ehret wrote that the physical anthropological findings from the major burial sites of those found in locales in ancient Egypt in the 4th millennium BC, notably El Badari as well as Nakata, which I mentioned, show no demographic in-depthness to the Levant. Ehret specifies that these studies reveal cranial and dental affinities with closest parallel to other long-time populations surrounding areas of northeast Africa, such as Nubia and the northern horn of Africa. Motaman. He further commented that members of this population did not come from somewhere else, but were descendants of the long-term inhabitants of these portions of Africa going back millennia. Ehret also cited existing archaeological, linguistic, and genetic data, which he argued supported the demographic study, right? So now we have further information. We have an individual in a pot burial. Now that gives scientists, because they were able to extract the DNA, it gives them the capabilities of going into other pot burials to search for DNA, because it's better than searching for specimens that were mummified. But this is when a period where mummification was really just beginning. Now, the Badarian groups of people, you can say that this was early mummification. They wrapped themselves in skin. This is before mummification was an exact process. But we do have the Libyan mummy, right, that is dark skinned. So Chief X's assertion that Northeast Africans were not African, not black, right, or not Negro. All of these new reports make that fail. We can't follow the line of this fake sub-Saharan Africa as if Africans didn't cross the line, as if there was some magnet, some electrical force that Africans didn't go back and forth from sub-Saharan, so-called sub-Saharan Africa to Northeast Africa, right? That was the falsity that they pushed on us. The people today that are watching, let's see who's still watching, they have this problem because all that they have studied has failed. Because we do have a specimen. So what else is said breeze? Okay. That was old. Let's see. Okay. Ben Nasut says, look at the nose. Peace, Ben. How you doing? Nasut, peace. Don't tell him so we know it comes from. What is he talking about? That in the way that I summarize the data, but when I show you the chart, right, you have nothing to say when I show you the actual chart. Okay, so what is Ben Nasut says? Neo-Pharaonism, an extreme form of nationalism that underscores the exceptionality of the Egyptian race. Yep. Ben Nasut says, some historians anticipated the political unity of Neo-Pharaonic as state propaganda, okay, more subtle in its racism and pseudo-scientific claims. Sedbury says, if this whole genome sequencing would have stated the ancient Egyptians had Sub-Saharan DNA, y'all be singing a different tune. No, I'm singing the right tune. I'm looking at the present day Egyptians as distinct from the sample. That's the song I'm singing, right? I don't care about the fake sub-Saharan DNA. I don't care about that. I care about Africans, indigenous Africans, what they may have looked like, how they may have lived, where they might have migrated to, why they might have migrated to, right? What cultures and civilizations did they create, right? And I'm guarding against these temporal theories of this creation of race, right? These racial arguments that don't have any place in the conversations that we're having. Soso says, man, they got what they got and more to come. Yep, Soso World. I guess you're saying we got what we got, or the scientists got what they got. Said Breeze is talking about Brother Brother James' argument is a different argument. He's arguing, please don't be arguing sub-Saharan. Please don't argue that. Argue Africa at a snapshot, at a time period. Argue a sample. Argue the fact that this sample was black to dark skin with less intermediaries. Argue the fact that this sample did not have sub-Saharan DNA, this particular sample, right? Because it's only one sample. Argue the fact that the present day Egyptians, in fact, do have increased sub-Saharan DNA. Argue that. Mac Rob. What's Mac Rob talking about? Said Breeze. James has turned a new leaf today. Who would have thought? You're saying that James is on your side? Said Breeze. Mac Rob is saying, what's up, brother? King Sosa, what's up, fam? Right? There you go. And Sosa worth price of the mission. So all you Chief X fans, all you Concrete Corey fans, all you Sheffrin fans, all you Mediterranean people, right? All of you people that the present Egyptians or the ancient Egyptians, all of you got egg on your face. And you're rocking with Hawass, who said that they're not Negroes. Brother La, I told you this was going to happen, Reggie. Maybe we should have taken the trip to the museum after all today. No, yeah. Well, La, we are going next week, but the issue is that somebody has to put this analysis out. So in the meantime, let me go and play my video again.
Now you see how interesting it is. Now that we're saying that they're not the same, it's interesting how they're not the same. Not just that they're not the same, but how they're not the same is the important part that I think you're
How
trying
they're
to point
not the
out.
same, how they're
Is
not
what I think you're trying to point out clearly.
how the present day Egyptians are not the same is that this sample does not have Sub-Saharan DNA, that fake term, right?
And
What the
right.
what the present day Egyptians have is Sub-Saharan DNA. They
Right.
are black folks, right? They have
At
black
least
folks in them.
25%. At least
Huh?
25, at least 20 to 25%.
Yeah, we gotta get the right exact sample. So what's that Breeze talking about? I tell you about leave me on the screen that long. What I tell you about leave me on the screen that long. What that mean? What that mean?
Let me just say thank you for bringing out the study. I just hope they don't go and mess it up.
No, I want them to mess it up because guess what? It doesn't matter to them. They lost their argument, right? It doesn't matter to them. What matters is that we have a sample. So let's play this again and maybe somebody will come in. Uh, let's just see if I can play it again, and maybe somebody will come in. Give me a second. I gotta answer this. Give me a second. 1 second. Sorry about that. I have to serve some papers tomorrow. No, said Breeze. We good. We good. So let's come up here and find my video again, and so that you can understand my video. So let's go to here we go. Crucial. And here it goes. Crucial. And then we are going to go to long videos, large videos. And here we go. And let's play this again.
Great work on the video, by the way, Brother Reggie.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. It helps. Yes, Breeze, we cool. Of course. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your input. Right? Okay, so the video's coming up. Give me a second. There it goes. And let's bring it to this area right here. And please comment on the video. Let me know. Let me know what you agree, what you disagree. All right. So let's just do this. Clicking it, waiting for it to come up. Sorry. Just, I don't know why it's not coming up. Give me a second. Blow this up. Give me a second. Where is it? There it goes. Again. Let's try it. And let's play it. I don't know why it's coming up and why it's not going up. Okay, there it goes. It's coming up. Just waiting for my computer to play it. There it goes.
Title: Genomic evidence for increased Sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians compared to ancient specimens. In a surprising turn of events, it seems that present-day Egyptians have grown distinct from their claimed ancient Egyptian roots. The fact is that the present-day Egyptians have Sub-Saharan ancestry, not like the ancient Egyptians sequenced individual Nuweirat. Dr. Hawass's attacks on Sub-Saharan ancestry comes back to bite him. Recent advances in ancient DNA sequencing have enabled direct comparison between the genome of a 4,500, 4,800-year-old Egyptian individual from Nuweirat and present-day Egyptian populations. Findings from the first complete genome sequencing of an ancient Egyptian, as reported by Strickland 2025 in CNN, demonstrate that modern Egyptians possess a significantly higher proportion of Sub-Saharan African ancestry than the Nuweirat specimen, reflecting substantial genetic shifts over the past several millennia. The question of genetic continuity between ancient and modern Egyptians has been a subject of debate among scholars and the public alike. The recent sequencing of the Nuweirat individual's genome provides a unique opportunity to compare ancient and contemporary Egyptian genetic profiles, particularly regarding Sub-Saharan African admixture, Strickland 2025. The Nuweirat specimen, dating from the early dynastic to Old Kingdom transition, 4,500 to 4,800 years ago, was analyzed using DNA extracted from dental cementum. Whole genome sequencing allowed researchers to compare this ancient genome to those of present-day Egyptians and other populations using principal component analysis, PCA, and admixture modeling, Strickland 2025. The Nuweirat individual's genome was found to be approximately 80% North African and 20% West Asian Mesopotamian, with very limited Sub-Saharan African ancestry. In contrast, present-day Egyptians were shown to have 14 to 21% Sub-Saharan African ancestry, a substantial increase attributed to historical migrations, the trans-Saharan slave trade, and ongoing population movement over the last 2 millennia. Strickland 2025. These findings indicate that present-day Egyptians are genetically closer to Sub-Saharan African populations than their ancient predecessors, such as the Nuweirat specimen. This challenges claims of a static, isolated Egyptian identity and highlights the dynamic mixed heritage of Egypt's population. Dr. Zahi Hawass has egg on his face, and here is why. Science has caught up to his untruths. How recent DNA findings challenge Dr. Hawass's claim on Egyptian identity. Dr. Hawass's position. Dr. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's most prominent archaeologist, has consistently argued that Egyptians are neither black nor white, but uniquely Egyptian. He has rejected both Afrocentric claims that ancient Egyptians were black Africans and Eurocentric claims that they were white, emphasizing a distinct continuous Egyptian identity separate from both Africa and the Middle East. Key DNA findings. Ancient Egyptian genomes, limited Sub-Saharan ancestry. The recently sequenced genome of the Nuweirat individual, 4,500, 4,800 years ago, shows about 80% North African and 20% West Asian Mesopotamian ancestry, with very limited Sub-Saharan African ancestry. Ancient Egyptian mummies from later periods, New Kingdom to Roman era, also show only 6 to 15% Sub-Saharan African ancestry. Modern Egyptians, substantial Sub-Saharan ancestry. Present-day Egyptians have 14-21% Sub-Saharan African ancestry, a significant increase over ancient samples. This increase occurred mainly in the last 2,000 years, driven by historical migrations, the trans-Saharan slave trade, and ongoing population movement along the Nile. Modern Egyptians are genetically shifted toward sub-Saharan African populations, reflecting recent admixture and a more complex ancestry profile. Contradictions with Dr. Hawass's claims. Dynamic, not static, identity. The DNA evidence shows that Egyptian identity is not static or isolated, but the result of ongoing admixture with both African and Eurasian populations. This directly challenges the idea of a unique, unchanging Egyptian identity that is neither black role as a crossroads of civilizations, rather than as a rupture in continuity. Reactions to increased sub-Saharan ancestry and the Middle East. Key DNA findings. Ancient Egyptian genomes, limited sub-Saharan ancestry. The recently sequenced genome of the Niue rat individual, 4,500–4,800 years ago, shows about 80% North African and 20% West Asian Mesopotamian ancestry, with very limited sub-Saharan African ancestry. Ancient Egyptian mummies from later periods, New Kingdom to Roman era, also show only 6–15% sub-Saharan African ancestry. Modern Egyptians, substantial sub-Saharan ancestry. Present-day Egyptians have 14–21% sub-Saharan African ancestry, a significant increase over ancient samples. This increase occurred mainly in the last 2,000 years, driven by historical migrations, the trans-Saharan slave trade, and ongoing population movement along the Nile. Modern Egyptians are genetically shifted toward sub-Saharan African populations, reflecting recent admixture and a more complex ancestry profile. Contradictions with Dr. Hawass's claims. Dynamic, not static, identity. The DNA evidence shows that Egyptian identity is not static or isolated, but the result of ongoing admixture with both African and Eurasian populations. This directly challenges the idea of a unique, unchanging Egyptian identity that is neither black nor white. Significant African component. The substantial and recent increase in sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians contradicts claims that Egyptians are biologically distinct from African populations. Instead, modern Egyptians are now genetically closer to sub-Saharan Africans than their ancient ancestors were. Complex ancestry. The findings reveal that Egyptians have always been a product of migration and mixing, undermining assertions that ancient Egyptians were purely Egyptian and not influenced by surrounding populations. Predicted responses of present-day Egyptians to increased sub-Saharan ancestry and distinction from the Niue rat specimen. This section reviews anticipated responses among present-day Egyptians to recent genetic findings indicating increased sub-Saharan African ancestry and genetic distinction from the ancient Niue rat specimen. National identity and historical continuity. Many Egyptians are expected to emphasize a narrative of deep historical continuity, highlighting their indigenous North African roots and viewing themselves as direct descendants of ancient Egyptians. This perspective is prevalent in both public discourse and academic circles, reinforcing a sense of unbroken national identity. While scientific distinctions between modern Egyptians and the Nuweirat specimen may be acknowledged, these are often interpreted as evidence of Egypt's historical role as a crossroads of civilizations, rather than as a rupture in continuity. Reactions to increased Sub-Saharan ancestry. Public reactions to the revelation of increased Sub-Saharan African ancestry are likely to be mixed. Pride in diversity. Some Egyptians may embrace the findings as validation of Egypt's multicultural heritage and its openness to migration and exchange. Defensiveness or skepticism. Others may respond defensively, particularly if the findings are perceived as challenging established narratives about Egyptian identity or are invoked in external debates regarding the race of ancient Egyptians. Debate. Over Arab identity. Previous genetic studies indicating that Egyptians are not predominantly Arab have already sparked debate, with some expressing surprise or discomfort at findings that challenge the Arab identity narrative. Academic and media discourse. Egyptian academics and segments of the media are likely to advocate for nuanced, evidence-based discussions, emphasizing the importance of distinguishing legitimate research from pseudo-historical claims. There will also be calls for further ancient DNA studies from diverse regions and periods of Egypt to provide a more comprehensive understanding, as current findings are based on limited samples. Social media and public forums. Social media platforms and online forums are expected to become arenas for contentious debates about Egyptian identity, ancestry, and the interpretation of genetic data. These discussions may be polarized, with some users welcoming the new data and others dismissing or contesting it. There is also concern that genetic findings may be misused by external groups to advance political or ideological agendas, prompting calls for moderation and fact-checking in public discussions. Summary. Most Egyptians are likely to interpret the increased Sub-Saharan ancestry as part of Egypt's long history of migration and exchange, rather than as a rupture with the past. The genetic distinction from the Nuweirat specimen will be contextualized within Egypt's broader genetic and cultural evolution, with responses shaped by national pride, historical narratives, and ongoing debates about identity. Public and academic discourse will likely stress the complexity of Egyptian ancestry and the need for careful, nuanced interpretation of genetic data. Recent DNA research demonstrates that Egyptian identity has been shaped by significant and ongoing genetic absorption from both Africa and Eurasia. The marked increase in Sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians, especially over the last 2 millennia, directly challenges Dr. Hawass's claim that Egyptians are neither black nor white. Instead, the genetic evidence reveals a dynamic mixed heritage that reflects Egypt's long-standing role as a crossroads of civilizations. Dr. Hawass's racism on Sub-Saharan Africa has completely backfired on him. The oldest specimen of an ancient Egyptian is distinct from his present-day Egyptian genome. He has more Sub-Saharan genome than the ancient Egyptian specimen. Attacking Sub-Sahara now is attacking his ancestry. This should be embarrassing, and this paper destroys his old arguments, and they should now be dismissed. Dr. Zahi Hawass' arguments of separating ancient Egypt from sub-Saharan populations and being a self-installed gatekeeper of who the ancient Egyptians are now comes to haunt him when we find that sub-Saharan populations makes present-day Egyptians who they are. His statements about some Egyptians being dark but not black is destroyed by the sequenced specimen. The article clearly says that the Nuweirat individual is predicted to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin, with a lower probability of intermediate skin color. For years, Dr. Zahi Hawass and others have used skin sub-Saharan as disguised racism and focused on phenotypes. His disrespect to sub-Saharan populations is now a disrespect to his ancestors. The world now gets a joyful laugh. Dr. Zahi Hawass did not see this coming, but should have. I will say this again, but this is embarrassing, but science has a way of fixing racism. The fact is that present-day Egyptians have absorbed many populations, and they are proud of that. Will they be proud of the sub-Saharan populations? The world is laughing. Dr. Hawass has equated sub-Saharan to black, and has said many times that the ancient Egyptians were not black. Well, the fact is, if he wants to use racist terms, the present-day Egyptians are part black and sub-Saharan, while the Nuweirat specimen ranges from dark to black and is not sub-Saharan. In African-American terms, they have been passing. Scholars, writers, researchers now know this, and this pseudo-connection of the ancient Egyptians being his ancestors is not true. They are closer to sub-Saharan Africans. African scholars are comfortable with this northeastern origin of the Nile Valley and also know that the Badarian groups had pot burials and they are connected to the Nubian populations. Further, this study gives us more contrast as we look at North Africa's people's phenotypes and can now see the significance of the earlier Libyan mummy Juan Muhugiag to the Nile Valley and to later Egypt. Dr. Hawass's oversimplification and racist tones has helped him miss that darkness, and blackness was an attribute of North Africa in the earliest times and not an attribute of only sub-Saharan populations. What he should now be concerned with is the blackness in present-day Egyptians. Let me say this again for good measure. The article clearly says that the Nuweirat individual is predicted to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin, with a lower probability of intermediate skin color. As more data comes out from other genome sequences and population affiliation, we will get closer to the truth, but this study completely destroys years of Dr. Hawass's unscientific statements about race, phenotypes, blackness, and the usage of art. Dr. Zahi Hawass has egg on his face.
Okay, so give me a sample, and I put in a link. I see Ankh wants to come in, and that would be great. See what he has to say about this. Give me a second. Yeah, my computer is freezing, but I did put in a link. I will hear you. So give me a second. Where is this? Here it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes. There it goes. So, thank you, Love My Fro. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so the issue is again for anybody that's coming in, is that for years Dr. Hawass has said that the Egyptians were black, but they weren't Negro, using a code word for sub-Saharan. Then you have the other studies, the Al-Malak Shunaran study, and in that study it says that present-day Egyptians or ancient Egyptians were more connected to Levantine populations than sub-Saharan populations. Well, this particular study looks at this particular genome. It's only one specimen, but we got one specimen, and we find out that he is 80% North African, Northeast African, and he's 20% Mesopotamian, right? And I looked at this lens a little bit differently because they compared the set of present-day Egyptians, and they found that present-day Egyptians have lots of absorption, and they have sub-Saharan. So that would make them distinct from this particular model, right? Yes, Sheffrin, this is Brother Reggie. This is Brother Reggie. So thank you, Sheffrin. Yeah. So the issue is now those groups of people who wanted to say that talk about Mediterranean people, and others more extreme wanted to talk about that they weren't dark skinned. well, that kills that. The other group of people who want to say that they're not sub-Saharan, the ancient Egyptians are not sub-Saharan. Um, uh, we can only follow the genome, but we also know sub-Saharan is a kind of a mixed, loose, sometimes most of the time fake term, an invisible barrier where Africans cannot cross. We find that they mess up sometimes. They don't want to. They when they talk about Nubia, they don't want to talk about Aswan and Elephantine and the upper that part of Egypt, the upper part of Egypt. They only want to talk about the Sudan, and they right. So, but this particular study looks at um, the present day Egyptians too, and that was a surprise, and finds that there is a broken chain from the ancient Egyptians to the modern Egyptians, and that the modern Egyptians, of course, absorbed lots of populations, but they are distinct from the uh, Nuri sample is because the Nuri sample doesn't have any sub-Saharan, but the present day Egyptians do have sub-Saharan from mobility along the Nile, from the trans-Saharan slave trade, and but they also have other groups within them. So those groups, all those groups that's in present day Egyptians, make them distinct from the ancient Egyptian, and that's the point. And so Hawass's attack on sub-Saharan, the nose, the mouth, well, he has to look at his ancestral base, the present day Africans, because they absorbed those populations, and that makes them distinct from the ancient Egyptians based on data. Now, some of us want to argue, some of us wants to argue the fact that uh, wants to argue up and down about sub-Saharan. Uh, uh, okay, the data doesn't say that, but there is other interesting data which I have showed about the Bedarian samples. These are we know that Bedarians are very key to Nile Valley civilization. After the Bedarians comes the Nakata 1, 2, and 3, right? And then it comes the short pre-dynastic period before Nerma, and then it becomes the what we call ancient Egypt. And we know that Nerma moved from the south to the north, and uh, so there were how can I say these are all northeast Africans, and they began to admix the two populations. He made a united kingdom of the north and the south. He was the king of the south and the king of the north. He wore the double crown. He knew that there were two regions. He and his predecessors, the Jer, the Jen, and the rest began to unify. Maronese began to unify the place, and so you have distinct populations admixture. The only thing is that science doesn't say that there are sub-Saharan populations, but the fact of the matter is, in the literature and the art, we can see populations of Nubian groups within the Nile Valley, right? So the issue is we find now that the present day Egyptians, as they were attacking the sub-Saharan Africans, find that because of the things that I talked about before, that they themselves have been made distinct from the old kingdom. So with that said, let's see who's coming in. Beat me up. And all we can do is, okay, there's Ankh. Hey, Ankh, how you doing?
What's going on? What you do,
Hey,
man?
all right, how you doing?
All right.
I seen you've been fighting. You've been fighting the last 2 days on some craziness, man.
Yeah, I mean, for no reason though, man. The biblical DNA guy, man. I mean, you think he's smarter than everybody else, man. I think that's ridiculous. I also think what's ridiculous is the fact been ridiculous from day one. And so I'm saying is we all have the ability to change our stances. There's nothing wrong with that. It's part of science and understanding science. But
Correct.
when you hide and take down videos and all that, act like you didn't say something. That's what I'm talking about. So Chief X is a liar, bro. We all heard him say there ain't no nappy head, dark-skinned Egyptians in North Africa. Did we not hear him say that?
100%.
Or am I tripping? Or did he just say dark-skinned Egyptians? What the hell was he? Did he say? He said it's on. I got it. It's on Son of the Show, right?
Right.
Knock it off. Okay, so all that is crazy. The biblical DNA guy, I wasn't mixing them in with any racism. You know how we like to do our show, bro. We like to make sure that people is up on what they talking about, and I offered slight critique, bro. I thought besides that, you know, the brother did a good job, yo. But all that extra shit about Cater and he is pseudo, I don't respect that. Right? Now I can't listen to you. Now I know you got something to hide, and it came out you. Right? Now I see where you really was at. Now I see it. Now I see why you messing with Chief X. Now I see it. I ain't never been no Afrocentric. I'm not an Afrocentric. I knew that when I read John Henry Clark's book. He said, I ain't got no Afro. I've never presented myself as that.
No, you haven't.
Jumped out the window, wasn't trying to put you with the scientific racism of the day, wasn't doing that. But since you dove out the window, let me tell you something, dude. You don't know me, man. And I'm saying up for an intelligent conversation. I don't have a problem with that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't have a problem with that. But what we do understand based off those two articles, that them damn Egyptians are indigenous African people, I don't got to play with the terms. I can just stay right there. Been saying it forever. Y'all the ones have a problem with them being dark-skinned or light-skinned. Why? I know that just because you dark-skinned don't make you Sub-Saharan African. That's dumb. I understand. I study evolution. I bring the community evolution. I know this. I'm not trying to play no trick. But the problem is, yo, they the racist. That's the problem.
That's correct.
They don't want to say they African. Now they African, they got to figure out a way. Well, they got to. Why does he always talk about whoever the hell that individual came from? He was in Africa.
That's correct.
And they know that I know. They know I know, right? Specifically that Saharian article. It clearly talked about how that daggone sample, you know what I'm saying, that they was doing kind of like sit intermediate. See, they know. So I'm going to read all. I'm going to read the supplement information. I'm going to read the preview information. I'm going to read all that. So it just was no more. I don't care about no Sub-Saharan Africa. I care about that.
No, you don't.
It was that it's an African culture. And it would sound like to me. This would sound like to me. Right, wrong, or different. There's some people, they got the invading DNA theory. That's what it is. That some DNA came into Africa and built an African civilization. In Africa. It's the same shit all over again. Like them people, we can look at the DNA because you don't start with DNA. I don't care what nobody say. I do not agree with that. Right? I do not agree with that. Right? DNA has to be backed up by history. So based off of what those articles were saying, we can look at the history and we can talk about Mesopotamia and Levant and how they came in. Yeah,
that's fun and that's nice.
So I might be, hold on, we might be on two different sides in this one. What I'm saying I don't have the expertise to defeat the article. But I do know the article is basically saying I can read that. Specifically the Saharian article, I know it's talking about that population. So either an outside population came in and built Egypt, or it didn't. Or either an outside population came in and mixed with the population that was already there.
Right.
Now we make your mind up. You make your mind up. I know what the article is saying. All right.
But we do know that individual was an indigenous African person, right? And that's all we need to know.
But the Sub-Saharan Africans ain't the only indigenous Africans.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Like why are they making it that? For me, like, dude, so you saying North Africans ain't indigenous? I done heard a person say they came to Africa and wasn't nobody there. Remember Double X said that? Ain't nobody there. Really? The article tell you that they mixed in with people.
And there's not a problem with that, but they have made this issue of a divide between Sub-Saharan and Northeast African as if these people did not mix. Yes, they became at some point distinct, and that's all distinct. But did they have similar cultures? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right? Did they trade? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right? So why is it the fact that these people make up stuff? Oh, they weren't dark skinned. They were Mediterranean. They weren't black. They why is that unnecessary? And you don't have the data, right?
So,
And
Reggie,
then
this my point,
uh,
Reggie. This my
huh?
point. What is Mediterranean?
Uh,
Hold on. Last time I talked on the subject, I said Mediterranean was, watch this. This how you know niggas be lying. Chief X is lying. I said Western Asian culture ran into indigenous Nile Valley culture, and out of that you get Mediterranean culture. Who can prove anything other than that? Does not the DNA article say just that without saying that? It tells you, it says it. It says how it was communication. It says that. So now we want to play. You know how? Hey, look. I'm gonna say something real funny, right? Go and clip. I'm gonna give y'all a chance to clip me up. Right? Go and clip it up just for fun. I want y'all to clip this up. Running. I'm said they was this. Okay, ride on that nigga. I want y'all to ride on this show. Man, you know how black people. I'm gonna say black. You know how black people. You know how African Americans they like that exotic shit, right?
Exotic.
I like the skins. I'm gonna put the skins on. I like the French. I like the French necklace. You know what I mean? I like the Italian skins. That's what we like that. Egyptians was just like that, yo. They like outside goods, exotic goods, yo. They love that shit. They love the fine linens from Nubia. They love the fine sandals from Nubia. They love that. Now what? Clip that up. Now, so look, that's why the daggone Egyptians is indigenous to Africa, because they like the fine wares, they like the fine pie, they like they like exotic goods because they got the bread, they like all that now. So don't try to play me with the Mesopotamian stuff. Is in Africa? Of course it is. They like that. They like them.
It's novelty.
They love that. They love them fine goods. Love it.
They like the yellow bone. They like the red bone. They like the dark. They like all that.
Let it find you. So now what? Don't try to take that to say that culture in Mesopotamia gave the Egyptians the majority of their stuff, because that's what it was sounding like, bro. Now I was saying today, right? Joe got up there and no, really, Chef, because they was trying to run from that shit. They didn't want to say they was African. They just want to say they Egyptian. That's how I know they scammed with that. Say it, man. The article said that they was North Africans, yo. Why we gotta do any more than that? Maybe it's for people like it's for y'all, Reggie, because y'all try to run with it and make it. Might be that, Reggie. I don't know. I just want to read the article and keep it right there. Y'all don't think it's nothing more than that. I know that African Americans aren't Egyptians. I know that African Americans aren't North Africans or Northeast. They forgot that Northeast. They forgot that part. That's coming next. Yeah, just throw heads up. Right.
Yeah, I just
I ain't thought African Americans was Egyptians for at least a good 20 years. You won't find me saying that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I have to be with Malachi. You're gonna listen to that shit to say that. I ain't said that in 20 years. Y'all look what we talking about.
Well, I find that the archaeological problem. Listen, Mediterranean, you can't drink the water. Can you drink the Mediterranean?
Yo, they call man. Listen, man. I look stupid, yo. Them niggas ain't fit. It's the ocean, bro. 100 gallons ain't messing with the ocean, bro.
They messing with rivers and lakes, right?
Right. It's a river society. It ain't an ocean society.
Right. So if they didn't have the technology, they couldn't go out in the Great Green because they drown, right? But they could mess around with the rivers and the lakes, right?
Yeah, that's what
they were aquatic, right?
That's what they do.
And then it changed. The climate changed, forced them to go to other places, forced them to go back south, forced them to go east, right? Wherever river system that they can grab on. The Niger, some went there, and some went to the Nile Valley, right? But they Northeast Africans, they're at the top. People want to make it, they want to racialize it, and we don't want to racialize it. They're indigenous Africans.
And leave it at that, bro. And then talk about the DNA and do all that.
Wavy line pottery. Wavy line pottery starts in roughly Mali, right? Right? I mean, so of course the barriers were broken, right? So they traded this thing. And they said, wow, this great technology. And so the North Africans used it. They went across the rock paintings, right? Rock paintings in North Africa, but then it started in North Africa. It started in South Africa. Then it went to the middle of Africa, right? You see it in Chad, the lower parts of Chad, right, or the upper part of Chad, and then it goes into North Africa, right? Great. Africans are mobile. They're mobile. They're moving, right? These are hunter and gatherer populations. Some get isolated over a period of time for whatever reason. There you go. But the Chief X group of people want to paint a
they racist. They racist, y'all.
And then Dr. Zahi Hawass want to say they're not. Do I still got that on there? What the crazy man said? Where he at? Let me see if I can find what the crazy man said.
The same thing we say. They're not Africans, right?
They're not Negroes. They black, but they're not Negroes. Where is it at?
Oh, yeah, they ain't spoken. They ain't Negroes. They never was Negroes.
Yeah. So
I ain't never agree to that though, Reggie. They Negroes.
Yeah.
Chef, hit the panel, Chef. Chef, you talking about? Y'all know what black mean? No, I don't know what black mean.
What?
Last time I thought black people was in America, African American. I didn't know the Africans was black people. Once I got to reading, then I recognized motherfuckers just put that shit arbitrary on who the hell they wanted to put it on. Once I recognized evolution, you could perceive that most of the planet was people of color, was black. That's the point. Mesoamerica got what you perceive to be the definition of black. We all that. Then what? Then we got a whole. Then we can't even figure it out no more. So no, we don't play that.
Wait. Sorry. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got it.
Because look at the
Okay. Look at this crazy nut. Wait. I'm put this on. Listen to this. This is what we've been going through for a long time. So share screen. Listen to this. With Wendell. Oh, listen to this.
You gotta take me off the screen, bro.
Yeah, I am. Allow. I'm gonna take you off the screen right now. Right? Mm-hmm. Listen to this. Right? Look at this. This is who y'all working with. Y'all listen to this dude.
They were dark skinned, but they were not black, but they're not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that and the nose like this. It's not really the Egyptian origin at all. It's different, completely different. And this is why you cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. All from Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, it's different completely. They were dark skinned, but they were not black.
Yeah, he bringing the modern.
Because look at the lips of the Negroes like.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing this. Okay, this guy, you call it science?
Yeah, he ain't bad though. I ain't gonna knock him all the way. I don't agree with that statement, but he'll beat y'all up though, Reggie. Hawass definitely get with y'all.
What part will he beat me up on?
You said you're gonna talk to him. You gonna go ahead, come back.
But Derek, man, you don't give your brother a chance. And guess what? Your brother's the closest person that might be able to talk to this person and talk to some of these other people, these Egyptologists, right? Yeah. If you put me on. Okay, Chef, what's going on, man? Mediterranean Chef. Now you
Mediterranean Chef. That's what we call him, Mediterranean Chef.
Yeah, Mediterranean Chef is in the building. You feel me? I definitely had to come through on Reggie. Man, Reggie always hit everybody else panel, so you know what I mean. I'm definitely just coming through to show you some love.
Well, I appreciate it, Chef, because I do. When you're on, I click on. I gotta click on and see what y'all saying. And
You got you always trying to click on the checker stuff. You never trying to click on just to hang with us. You just click on because you want checkers. You dig what I'm saying? But it's cool though.
No, but when I'm not talking, I'm agreeing. If I'm not talking, I'm agreeing. It's just that what show recently have I clicked on and started disagreeing? You just
Oh man, like I don't even want to get into it.
not
No,
at,
listen. It ain't that you disagree. I appreciate the information that you do bring, whether I agree with it or not. It definitely be sourced, and it gives us another avenue to look at the information. So you help keep me on my game even when I disagree with you.
yeah, and I don't call you no bad names. I appreciate the so-called peer review. But right now, what do you think about this new newer rat? What do you think about this
The who?
new way rat?
What the hell is that?
Oh,
New way rat is
New rat. That's the male they found in the Old Kingdom.
in the Old
Oh,
Kingdom.
I'm not up on that. That's why I ain't have nothing to say about it.
Oh,
I
Nui rat. They did his genome. They sequenced his genome. They find that he's 80% Northeast Africa. He's 20% Mesopotamian. He has very, very low Sub-Saharan. He's Old Kingdom, right? He's Old Kingdom. And the article also starts talking about the present day Egyptians, and it finds that the present day Egyptians have increased Sub-Saharan genomes, and they are distinct from the Old Kingdom. They are not the same as the Old Kingdom because they have other groups of genomes within them, and so there's a broken chain between. So they're not the ancient Egyptians.
It says a broken chain.
Yeah,
or they have more admixture due to more contact with
the
other
Greeks,
groups.
the Minoans, the Levant, right? The Levant. This is in Northeast Africa. So these are the present day Egyptians. So they absorbed this in Eurasia, and surprisingly, they absorbed a lot of Sub-Saharan through the trans-Saharan slave
What
trade.
you talking about?
What am I talking about?
Yeah, what you talking about now?
The present day Egyptians.
Oh man, I'm off them. The article tell you about the present day Egyptians.
Yes,
Hey, chef.
Yo,
Did you find it interesting how they tried to get away from that African conversation? Did you notice that?
yeah, that's why I jumped back on.
I'm glad you did that. Yeah, Joel ain't know how to stick them like that. Now all of a sudden they saying they African. See? That's crazy to me, bro. Like that's all I'm saying. And now, ranging from skin color, did we just not find a jet black nigga? That was funny to me. Now that was hilarious. So why we gotta explain that person away?
Yeah, but I think they're making a distinction from. They want a clear distinction between African populations, right?
The article did it.
Yeah, but so they're trying to stick to the article and saying that they're indigenous is not good. Once you start digging down into it, you got to talk about what type of African they is.
So
you
I didn't know the different types of Africans. Now help me out. You got South Africans. Look, you got South Africans. Look, they the oldest people on the planet, Corey's saying. You got West Africans. You got Northeast Africans. You got North Africans. Well, what's the problem here? That's what I'm saying. North Africans. Ain't that enough?
It should
and
be
then
enough.
You get into the DNA signature of it, and it say what? 22%? It said right in the opening thing, bro. It say 22%. I think it's Mesopotamia and other few things, and then it say 77%. So that 22% represent 1/5 of the genome. So it's basically saying that 1/5 of this person's genome, right, coalesce with the populations in the areas I just mentioned. 77% of the person's genome coalesce with people in North Africa. That's it, bro. What we talking about? The other shit
is to try to get away from Africa and play the game. I'm gonna do it like they do it. That's how they want to do it. I'm gonna do it the way they do it. Right? They want to play this little weird game, yo. They just indigenous Africans, yo. They practice traditional African culture, yo, with outside incursions, yo. That's what it is. They really want to say this. They really want to say they want to have the invading goddamn Hubble group theory, yo, where the outside Hubble groups came in and built an African civilization in Africa, yo. That's what they really want to say, bro. Right? So you shouldn't be fighting me because I'm just reading the article. I said they're indigenous Africans. It said the man ranged from dark to black.
Yeah.
Right. And it said with a low probability of him being brown. I didn't say that. The fake dude, because I'm calling him a fake dude because he didn't give me a chance to talk. Call me Afrocentrics. Get the fuck out of here. The fake dude bring up some Russian sample talking about dark. I think it was dark. I said, yo, that's in Russia, yo. It didn't have low probability of being like, it didn't say that on that sample. So keep it apples to apples, bro. I didn't push that dude off. I didn't get a chance to talk to that guy. I thought the guy was doing a pretty good job. Then he gonna attack Cater. How you gonna attack an expert? How you gonna read that man work? Then they know you reading the man work and then call him pseudo. So then you're a pseudo. Then you read pseudo. And you know what I realized? That all them dudes, what you know their names, Joe? What's their names, Joe? You know their names, nigga.
Oh,
the Libyan nigga, all the niggas we never really see for real. They just fake. We don't know who he is.
Astro 87, Egyptian 7, Ramses.
Right.
And,
what the fuck is they talking about?
The fake doctor.
Hold on.
Dr. Benob.
I like Benob. I like him.
How you like him? He ain't got
Benob is straight crazy.
He ain't got no information. No
crazy.
How you like him?
I'm enough for them. Let me say this, dude.
Get out of here, huh?
What the fuck is they talking about, yo? The articles say, right? They don't even coalesce with Sub-Saharan Africans. Yo, I accept that. Because I'm not thinking, maybe y'all thinking, I'm not thinking that Sub-Saharan Africans are the real Africans. I'm not thinking that Sub-Saharan Africa only, because that's racist, right? Because that's what white people came in. And the niggas that was darker, they separate them, say, yeah, that's the dark continent, talking about them. Now we know that, now we understand the variations of Africans. Now we get it. So we're not playing this game where the people know, the Sub-Saharan Africans, the people that's below the Sahara, right? They walked to North Africa, right? And diverged.
That's correct.
Into basal end. But does that basal end mean they no longer African? They doing what all humans do. They doing what all biological organisms do. They're getting fit for their environment. What are we talking about? Why is the back migration so fucking important these days? Okay, we got it. We read it. It's a back migration. What are you saying? What's your point you're trying to make? I accept the article. Don't put me in that category. You know what I'm saying? The article don't say nothing about them being Mediterranean. Why are you gonna add it into it? The Mediterranean is indigenous river culture that run into Western Asian culture. Can anybody prove anything different though, Chef? Who the people who is the damn people that's running the Levant before Nile Valley culture in Western Asia? Yo, what's the name on? What's their writing system? What was they doing? Talk to me. Who was trading goods and products like that on that scale and level prior to that river society coming from Africa and that Western Asian culture? Who? I'm waiting. Obviously nobody. So Mediterranean culture is a mix between Western Asian and quote unquote Nile Valley culture. That's it. Why we fighting over that? What's the point here? And they can have obviously dark skin. Let it go. Ain't nobody stupid over here thinking, oh, that's dark skin. That's a Sub-Saharan African. That's some dumb shit to say, bro. Who said? I don't say that. So I get offended when people do that to me. I just say they Africans, and niggas got a problem with that, dog. No, when you say African, when I say African, I'm saying fucking Africans. Nigga, I understand the variations of African. Damn near 19 years ago when Cater, as a matter of fact, the reason I played Cater article is because Cater, you know what I'm saying? He was saying there's more than one way to be African. He talked about that. Now it's come to fruition that what you thought with dark skin was only Sub-Saharan African, then that's not true. It's not true. So my point is, yo, you don't gotta be a sub-Saharan African to be a fucking African. Where do we get that from? It's called racism, dog. And they try to use it against us, bro. Simple as that, yo. So that's my stance on it, yo. I don't appreciate biblical DNA being a retard, yo, taking the material from an expert and calling him a pseudo, yo. Before that, we was good, yo. I like to hear what he's saying, yo. But when you ask that question, yo, niggas was stumbling and stammering, bro. They trying to say it's a different type of African. Okay, nigga, what? What you mean? What you saying? A different kind of African now. Nigga, Africans come in a range of genetics variations because they the most, quote unquote, the most diverse population on earth. So you would expect that event like that. That would fall in line with the most diverse population on planet Earth. Now, wouldn't it, Chef? Or am I just tripping, bro?
Yeah, but for me, I think, well, definitely, Ngozi, what they're trying to do is they're trying to stop the lumping together.
What you mean?
You know,
what you mean?
of just like saying, because I talked to Fetty and them, and they say that just saying that they're African is not descriptive enough. It's not detailed enough. That's too blanketed. Like that's like saying from Lebanon to Vietnam is just Asian, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, listen. That's like if you just say that, right? And act like all of it is the same. No.
But it's not the same.
Exactly.
But
so,
they Asian.
Right. But don't nobody talk like that.
Okay, well, what I'm saying? That's their fault. Nigga, I can read.
No, but don't nobody talk like that. So when we talk about
they say we Chinese.
It's distinct, yeah, but that's just not just.
So that's not enough. So China saying you Chinese?
No, it's not no saying you're Asian is not descriptive enough. It doesn't give context. It doesn't give. Hold on, it doesn't give context and definition. You feel me? To just say that somebody is Asian and don't say what type of Asian they are. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay,
that's the issue.
Okay, so what type of Asian is an Indian?
Indian is they come from the subcontinent of India, right? So that would they would be South Asian, right, from the subcontinent of Asia. See how descriptive that is?
I know. So
and then you can give context to their culture, to the people. You dig what I'm saying? And all of that stuff. Now you can start to see, and it makes
sense. Hold on. So the Egyptians, who are they?
The Egyptians, they North Africans.
Okay. So is that fine for you? You just did it with the Indian. Can we do it?
I'm just saying.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm saying, can we just? Is that fine? Or we gotta go to the genetic markers now? Because you sure as fuck didn't go to the genetic.
No, I didn't. I'm not the genetic guy.
Like, no, I'm saying
I can't tell you one haplogroup.
I know, but who walks around and do that though? You get my point, though, hey, Chef. Who in their right mind walks around and start kicking haplogroups when we having a general conversation? We say they from the subcontinent. Yeah, they carry the markers. Nigga, look at you carry. Hold on, nigga.
Oh, but if we start to dispute about who the different peoples of India, right? Because India is a big place. India is damn near a continent into itself. It's a subcontinent. You dig what I'm saying? That's why they call India a subcontinent, right? So, if you start talking about India now, and the people of India, now you're getting into it. So those conversations might come up about the different groups in India. You know, the different Brahmin groups, and you know what I mean, all of that. You're going to get into that.
Supposed to.
Yeah, you're supposed to. That's just like if you start talking about Arabia, right? You know, you're going to talk about Arabia for a minute, but then when you start to name certain tribes, now you're going to start getting into what part of, you know, Arabia they come from. And what's the word y'all be using now? Coalesce. Who they coalesce with more than, you know what I'm saying?
I ain't doing. All I'm saying is, yo, they indigenous Africans, yo. They ranging.
But see, that's the problem.
How's that? That's not. Why wasn't it a problem for the article though?
No, I'm saying no, because we're having technical
No, we're not.
conversations.
No, we think we have until we fucking it up. I'm saying is, how come it wasn't good enough for the journal? How come it's not good enough for the journal next? Why can't a person like me, you read this shit and say, "Dang, okay, bet."
Because when you read an article like that, don't you already have background information? So let's say a person don't know nothing about this subject. Do you think they could read that? You read that article with a whole bunch of information already. That's not an easy read. So anybody who's going to read an article like that, more than likely they're going to have background information. They're going to understand, the differences, some of the differences between Sub-Saharan Africans, North Africans, groups that split off and left Africa and migrated back in. You know all that shit. You feel me? So I
can say something, Chef.
Huh?
I can say something, Chef.
I get your point.
I can say something, Chef.
I'm not gonna push him.
You do realize.
I'm never gonna do that.
Can I say something? I can say something.
Cut me off.
You do realize he read. You do realize. Hold on. I just want to say something. You do realize he read 2 different articles, right? One was a CNN article, and one was a scientific journal article. So the CNN article is a more simplified version of the genetic article. You do realize that, right?
No,
I
don't even know what articles they was reading.
No, if you look into the CNN Science, that wasn't a journal article. That was a reporting.
Who read a CNN article?
Journal article.
Who did that?
And when you go into the CNN article, you click on to the scientific journal article. Am I correct, Ankh?
I didn't read no CNN article though.
Ankh, am I correct?
About what? About a CNN? I didn't read a CNN.
No. When he came up, it was CNN Science.
I didn't even
read some of that article.
I didn't actually look at it.
And in that article, that in the CNN article, CNN Science, you could click onto the scientific journal article.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't read it.
Oh, you didn't realize that?
No, I wasn't looking at that hard.
No, the CNN article. No, the CNN article is a more simplified synopsis of the actual scientific article.
Say?
So when you go into CNN Science, you will see the title and you will see an article.
Okay.
At the beginning of that article, you could click onto a link to go to the scientific article.
Okay. What did it say?
So it's 2 different articles.
I got you. So your point
is not the same.
Your point is. What's the point?
He's saying that the CNN article simplified what was in the original
article. Okay, and what did it say though?
That's what I'm saying.
But you got to give us why that made sense to do, or why it helped, or didn't help. I thought you.
No, what I'm saying is sometimes it's easier to read
the CNN
more simplified article before you read the other article to give you some background on the more scientific article.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Everybody
understands
scientific article.
Yeah, I think all of them.
So that's why I was letting him know. When you go into CNN Science, you could read that and break it down for you. Then you could go into the more complicated article, so you have some background. Then have supplemental and all kind of thing, and peer reviews and all those other kind of things that give you background on the object and other things within the article that nobody read yet. So you could go into all of that, and all of that helps simplify it a little bit.
I just thought the articles was pretty good
for people like me. For people like me who thought I could read it and do a show and then realize it's not that simple to read. So I have to really take my time to read.
Shit.
I'll be honest. Reggie made it look easy, and then when I started to read, I started getting a headache, and my eyes started hurting, my nose started running, all kind of things. So I said, let me take my time and read it.
You realize it was beating you up.
Because I'm not that versed. Nah, nobody beat me up on.
The article beat you up.
Because I'm not. Nah. Yeah, it did for real though. That's why I say I respect Reggie, because Reggie made it look easy. When I started reading, my nose started bleeding, all kind of thing. So I say, let me go ahead and read it properly, because I don't want to misquote the article.
I mean, but I think
so. Respect to you, Reggie, because you made that look so easy.
And
it wasn't easy for me at
Francis,
all.
I just think we brought into the whole, fed into the whole. I heard somebody say when Katie says Super Sahara, that nigga say, "What? Look at this suit. Look, he made that up." And I was like, damn. I thought anthropologists made those terms up. I thought him being an expert, he's wrote on why he say that. That he's supposed to be. That's what get me though, yo. That's what get me, bro. Let me share my screen. Let me show you. Wow.
Well, somebody did make up the term. He's just repeating the term because he's in the field.
What's up? No, I think he came up with the Sub-Saharan. I think that might be his thing.
Yeah, but
he made that up.
When you talk about Sub-Saharan is damn near all of Africa.
I said
that's a lot.
I said Sub-Saharan. He don't call it Sub-Saharan. He call it Super.
What is that now?
That's what Katie said.
What is that now?
Sub-Saharan.
I never heard that term before. I never heard that term.
Look it up. See? Anyway.
All right, I will do that.
Yeah, look it up. So, all right. This one I don't like. Let me show y'all something. This will get on my fucking nerves, y'all. I'm gonna make sure I go over this on my show. I'm gonna do it right here for you, Reggie.
Oh wow.
For you, Reggie.
Ladies and gentlemen, an exclusive.
So this what I don't like. Disrespectful people. And the guy is disrespectful. He's disrespectful for science and science literacy. This is why he's disrespectful. What we have here.
Okay, 1 second, Ankh. Let me go find it. There we go. What we have here is.
So we see this, right? What did it say, Reggie?
Whole genome ancestry of Old Kingdom. The article, the abstract, the whole complete a document that was put in Nature, 2025.
And we got that, right?
We got everything.
All right, and then we got somebody doing like hold on, let's see. Oh man, let me see if I can get this off. I'm gonna do it like this. Hold on, Reggie.
No, Pop, take your time.
Yeah, it's just for you, exclusive. God damn it.
I was stumbling and bumbling on.
Nah, yeah, I know you was. Did you have comedy pseudo verse on here? You did.
Yeah, comedy is my man.
It's a pseudo, boy.
Comedy
he make my shit hard.
Comedy verse is my partner.
H Boom Coon. Boy, you got some pseudos around you, boy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that off. I want to do this, and I'm gonna start here.
Calling my friend's name, man. Comedy verse.
I'm just saying he's a pseudo. You ain't nothing wrong with that. You don't care. You don't actually care. This your man right here. Let me play this. You ready?
Yeah. So let me go.
Let me show you how incoherent that boy is.
We don't hear sound, Ankh. For some reason, we don't hear sound.
You can't hear the sound.
Wait, let me see. It says share screen, but I don't see where it says. I don't see any sound in what you're sharing. So go back out, pull it back in.
Oh, okay.
Who you gonna beat up? You gonna beat up one of my friends?
I'm beating up DNA guy. Talk shit.
Biblical?
Yeah.
Biblical? Oh, he a waste of time.
No, he not. He think he got something. I'm gonna show him he don't. You actually can't see this, bro? Hold on. You can see it, right?
Yeah, it says share screen.
Everyone can see it and hear. Okay, hold on.
But we can't hear.
I didn't play. I'm going to play it now. You didn't hear that?
No.
What, yo?
Because what happens is I can see if the audio's coming in because it says screen share, and then under screen share would be the audio. And let me just check something.
Oh, hold on. Let me do this. Hold on. I think do it like that. Hold on. All right, let's try it again. Hold on.
Okay, so let me knock this off.
That's the conversation. Hopefully we can get great amount of paper acts right. Good hope.
Yeah, get the pseudo Afrocentrist Soy Quieta to fucking write some shit. Yeah, great.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
You heard that, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Disrespectful.
So and we all heard that. We all heard that. That's why I'm on your head. All right.
Let me see what side everybody bread buttered on. All right. So that man said that, right? Think about this man. Y'all fucking with Chief X. Chief X fucking with him, right? They talk about Soy Kiata as a fucking pseudo. Think about what we're saying. The man he's an MD. He's also a PhD. If I went through his whole thing, y'all would fall out. Serious dude. Serious dude. Bioanthropologist. He's like an anomaly. Because most times when you're a bioanthropologist, you're not going to be a medical doctor. All right? Different level. You got some crazy guy who messing it up, and I'm telling you, man, just talking. Sound good. This is what we gravitate to. Now, why? Let me tell you how silly he is. All right? This is how silly this dude is. This is what I call super silly. Picked the wrong one, yo. I was being cordial. Very, very cordial. I wasn't tripping. I thought the dude was doing a good job. Do y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Share my screen, right?
Yeah.
Share?
Yeah.
Y'all know what this article is, right? What's this? Where we at? Make sure we ain't tripping.
Yeah.
It's that one, right?
Yep. That's a no one.
All right.
One.
How about this one, right? See it, right? Whole genome.
That's right. That's what we're talking about, right?
All right. That's what it is, right? Okay. That's the one biblical DNA was talking about. Am I correct? Or have I lost my mind?
Nope.
Okay.
He was trying.
All right. Okay. Call the man. So then we come right here, right? Let's see. Anybody know anything about the journal Nature, journal Science, papers? Your strength is in your sourcing. Am I not right or wrong, Reggie, or am I tripping?
You're 100% right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do we see this name right here? What is it? Who is this guy? Who is this?
Dr. Shamaka Kita.
So let me get this straight. You got a person who's super qualified, published in the journal Nature and journal Science on a brand new paper, and all you can do is call him a pseudo, and don't nobody say nothing about that, yo. That's what we doing? Hold on, let me get this straight. So if Cater, if he's pseudo, then the paper that you reading and quoting from and put so much stock in it is pseudo. I'm gonna say this again. The paper is only strong as its sources. And if you're saying that they got pseudos in the journal of Nature and the article you're promoting, what's going on? It's something wrong with that picture there, bro. It's something wrong there, Reggie.
That's our audience.
Reggie, I can't even go to a Wikipedia article, right? And not find Cater's name in these DNA studies that they reading. Like, you can't call him a pseudo, bro.
His name pops up everywhere.
You can't call him a pseudo, because if you call him a pseudo, your whole house of straws falls down. And guess what? That's what they said. Hey, Nubian Hummer, where you at? Where you at?
He's swimming in the Mediterranean.
Swimming in the Mediterranean.
Yep.
How many of y'all hearing me?
There you go.
Can you hear what I'm saying, yo? I know you got people talking shit about Cater. You got niggas like Fetty, right? All them niggas is trash, bro. Let them niggas know that I said it, that they trash. And the reason they trash is because they read material that the very strength of the material is based off high source, and they calling one of the dudes in the paper pseudo. Let them know I'm on their head. Tell Fetty he ain't worth shit. Tell Chief X he ain't worth shit. Just like that. Because they're very incoherent at what they're doing and what they're trying to understand. They're very incoherent. We do not understand what they're saying.
So hold on. Make that point again. So you said that the paper that they are touting. Biblical DNA, and the ultimate, the paper that they're saying that proves their point, right? And these are the same people that say Soy Kiata is pseudo. The paper that they are upholding is backed by Soy Kiata's information.
That's right. The strength of it is based off of the sources you use, yo. That's how it works in science. It don't work like Smash Scan Well, where he just talks shit. Don't work like that.
Bro,
I'm just right. Protect the Magi. He gotta protect the Magi over here.
Yeah, what I got
I protect Ankh.
You don't gotta protect me. I can protect myself. But this is my point. That's why I don't listen to these bros. I don't listen to these dudes, bro. It's too much YouTube shit. Ain't none of them went to school, bro. And they find a need for speed against a person that got an MD. And then about 30 of it, like if I pull this thing out, y'all would just pass out. It's over. Like, dude, this man was saying with this paper, it's coming to the realization now. Right? Think about it, yo. If I played it, he said the variations in Africans. He said, I'm telling you that population right there started right there in Africa. Then the article right there say that population started right there in Africa. Like, and then when I played it, the dude didn't realize what the man was saying. He didn't get that.
No,
he didn't get that. This is before the DNA studies came out on that. The Decatur was already on that. Ahead of his time, bro. But you're going to call him a pseudo? You can just say, I don't agree with him. But yet you're using an article to attack the community, right? Oh, Afrocentric, whatever. I might not be that, yo, but I ain't going to sit around and let you attack them. Maybe they don't understand. Because I'm feeling like y'all don't understand.
But he's biblical. He said he don't
do the Bible thing. But I don't understand that, though. It's tell Fetty. It's fake young ad because he ain't young. Tell Chief X, yo, keep that man name out their mouth until they go get an MD. Let them know that, yo. What they want to do is they want to trash his name so that he don't come back on the program. And that's what they really want to do. Ultimately, that's what they all want to do, bro. So they can sit there and be the experts. Never going to school, never got no paperwork behind them, don't know what the hell Cambridge smell like.
Can't write.
Can't write, can't read, don't understand it, and talking crazy. Make it make sense, Chef. Make that make sense to me, Chef. How that man pseudo, bro? You just don't agree with him, but he definitely not. So now the Journal of Nature don't know how to keep pseudos out their journal. Now the Journal of Science don't know how to keep pseudos. Now Wikipedia don't know how to deal with pseudos. Really? That's what we doing now. Oh, man, I'm on their head, yo. The mistakes is gone, bro.
Hey, listen, I would love to see if they're standing on this paper. Like, I haven't read the paper. I don't, you know what I mean? But if they're standing on this paper and they are sourcing Soy Kiata in this paper, then yeah, they got some answers. They got some shit they gotta figure out.
They know. Just apologize, yo, and say, yo, we just was over our skis and keep it moving. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You don't gotta do nothing else. Just say, yo, I messed that one up, yo. I was talking, I got a little bit slick. I was talking to you.
I was tasting. I had some gin.
You know, Chief X drink all the time. So you drinking. Fetty, I don't know what his problem is, yo. Everybody trying to fight against Reggie and them. And just over your skate throwing wild punches at this point. Yeah, that man not no pseudo. You just don't agree with him. Just say that. You're not a pseudo. Come on, bro. A pseudo in what? In the Journal, Nature, Journal of Science. That's where we at now. You just don't agree with him. That's all. Find some experts who don't agree with him. That's fine. That's a great conversation for everybody, bro. This is, bro. I don't understand that, bro. Like, don't come at me, yo. Right? I ain't even trying to get you. You feel me? I ain't trying to beef with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to beef with that guy, man. I didn't mean no harm.
He's not even worth it. But I got Super Wavy on. He hasn't said a word, and he's my guest today, and he allows me on his show. Super Wavy, what it is, man? What's going on? What's popping?
Peace to the family. Uncle Reggie, Uncle Bobby, man, my boy Chef, man. Chef, you know you're gonna get this smoke. You start talking crazy. Hey,
I already know. I'm up here for it.
Already. Hey, Uncle Reggie, man, you always pop on my channel, so you know I'm here to show the support. You know what I'm saying? One thing we got to understand, I think we having 2 or 3 different conversations. And the fact, I think we having 2 or 3 different conversations on the fact that Uncle Bobby going at 2 or 3 different.
Biblical DNA is here, but go ahead.
So if we talk about Chef being one of the Mediterranean cats, the big conversation is, did they come from the South or did they come from the Levant? Keeps saying this Nile Valley, indigenous Africans. He keep using these words. So I think what the people want to know is can an Arab looking person, listen to me, not a nigga, can an Arab looking person be an indigenous African? Because you keep saying North Africans are indigenous Africans. Can an Arab person, a Pakistani looking person, can those, are those?
Yeah, they can look. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they could be passing.
Yes.
You know, like there's Black Americans who look very light and they pass, right? So we don't look at what they look like. Now we have 2 new tools. We have a genome.
DNA evidence.
Yeah. So that tells you who you really is.
We don't do look at shit. I don't do look at shit. I'm scientifically literate. I'm not gonna let racism box me up and put me in a little racist corner. Not doing that. Yeah, I ain't doing it. I'm not gonna allow that. Like I'm not thinking that if everybody look like you, they the real Africans, wavy. That's not what I'm doing. Them days is gone, bro. That was the crazy game because they marginalized dark-skinned people, bro.
They did, and Isonic is right. They're not Arab, but what they do is they say that they're Arab. But give me a couple of drops of blood. We go find out who you is, right?
Hey, Uncle Reggie, Iosonic is one of those cats y'all was talking about. Those Arab YouTubes. That's one of those cats. But
he's not Arab, he's North African.
Since we got that out the way, the uncomfortable conversation. So now Arab looking people, Zahi Hawass looking people can be considered these indigenous Africans. So now it's pretty clear, you know what I'm saying, arguing if they Black or not. If y'all conceding that these Arab looking people are indigenous Africans, then the conversation should be over right now.
No, see, they gave up their blood. So when they gave up the blood, we know the percentages. So we know that they have now higher 14% or more Sub-Saharan DNA. So they are distinct from the population of that sample of Nurawat, right? They gave up their blood. So it's not what they look like and how they dress. You know, look, you can look at the Nubians and you can look like the Egyptians. Man, take off their clothes, switch their clothes, and you can't tell them apart, right? So we can't do the lookership. That's super wavy, right? I mean, a person could style themselves. Look at the Nation of Islam. They style themselves like Master Farad, right? If you're looking at them, you're thinking that they have some Middle Eastern connection, but they from Baltimore, they from Boston, they, you know what I'm saying? They from New York, but they style themselves that way. But give me a drop of blood, and we can tell you who you are.
Uncle Reggie, if we not using lookership, then we concede into all this North African bullshit. But if we don't use lookership, we can deal with the culture, we can deal with the walls, we can deal with what they said they look like. If we're not gonna deal with lookership, then the whole barbershop conversation, we don't need to have that conversation no more.
Well, we're not supposed to do lookership. That's where we get actually, confused. We're not supposed to do that now, right? Because people are passing, they're styling themselves. Look at the Hebrew Israelites. Man, look at the costumes, the exorbitant costumes, extravagant costumes. Look at the noble Juali Moors. You would believe that these people, look at that. Some of these Aboriginal Native Black folks say they're Aboriginal. They done conk their hair. They didn't put teepees. You know, they sleeping in teepees. They got feathers in their head. I mean, that's lookership. That's lookership, super wavy. So sometimes the lookership is just people completely out of their goddamn mind. So we can't do that. We have to
Man, I just think it's, I just think I'm actually appalled that the person would call me Afrocentric, yo. As hard as I work on my science literacy, bro.
That's a compliment.
I'm appalled for you, Super Wave. It's not for
That's
me.
a compliment for you.
Now, Diop's wasn't a
Afrocentric.
Yeah, he was not.
If
Dr.
you
Ben was
black,
not. If
you black,
no, I'm
better
not going.
be an Afrocentrist.
Nah,
No.
bro. No.
Super wavy. Dr. John Henry Clark was not Afrocentric. He laughed at it.
Yeah.
Right? Dr. Ben was not Afrocentric.
What's the definition of an Afrocentric?
What Malefic Asante described it as.
Right. Yeah, I'm not on that wild banner like that, yo.
Give me the definition of an Afrocentric.
Today's
definition. What is
definition
wrong
is
for centric? That's my question.
Well, I'm saying you Afro,
What is
and nothing
wrong
wrong
with
with it,
being
yo. Nothing wrong with it. So if you're
What's an
Afrocentric,
Afro? That's what Dr.
That's
John
my
Henry
question.
Clark said. What's an Afro? That was his comeback. Right?
What you saying, Jose?
Okay, I can't. No, I said, what is wrong with being Afrocentric is my question. Does that mean that you are impartial when you are saying something about academia? Because they play
I don't
people
know,
who
bro.
say
I'm saying Diop wasn't that, yo. Diop
No,
was
but what I'm
anthropologist.
saying is there are people who are quote unquote self-proclaimed Afrocentrics, and they definitely have their ducks in a row when it comes to academics. They're not just talking.
No, that's
They
not
have
true.
degrees and they know what they're saying.
Name one.
You know what they're saying?
Diop was one.
I'm not going to argue with you about that. I'm not going to argue. So you telling me Dr. Malefic Asante don't know what he's talking about when it comes to history?
No, I'm saying he made it up, and everybody wasn't going for it. That's all.
Yeah,
he just said Malefic Asante said he's Afrocentric, but the man has a doctorate and he doesn't talk.
No, he
bullshit.
made it up. I'm saying that's his idea. That's his idea.
It doesn't matter.
Why?
He is not one that you
idea.
can challenge academically and win. That's my point.
So you saying I gotta accept his idea?
No.
I can't be like Diop.
No, I said Malefic Asante is Afrocentric. He has a doctorate and he knows what he's talking about when it comes to history. That's my point. You don't have to accept it. But you can't tell me because you're Afrocentric, you're automatically stupid. You can't say that.
I didn't say who said that. That's crazy.
All right, just making sure. I just making sure you ain't saying that. All right. My apologies.
I mean, that man is
if the definition of Afrocentric is looking at history and looking at science and all of this shit through an African lens, that's not a bad thing.
That's not
right. But look at the other terms that are there. So Dr. John Clark called himself African-centered, right? He's African-centered. Afrocentricity is much to do with, watch this, Black Americans, and unfortunately, Afrocentrists romanticize many things and get into trouble in science. They romanticize things. Like Ronoko Rashidi is an Afrocentrist, right? Everybody, just because everybody's dark skin makes them African. So he goes and travels the whole world, and everybody that's black is there's African roots to it.
Right.
Yeah, there's African roots with all humanity, but he makes them culturally something that they aren't.
And I'm not all that stupid. Yo, share my screen. I'm just tired of this, man. I'm tired of the whole thing, man. You share my screen? Is it sharing?
I'm I got a link over to it's not StreamYard, so I gotta figure this out. Okay.
All right, so here you go. Shiganti Diop, all right, was a Senegalese historian, anthropologist, physicist. Get that shit straight. And a politician who studied human race's origin and pre-colonial African culture. Diop is considered the foundational to the theory of Afrocentricity. See the picture right there? It's an academic theory and approach to scholarship that seeks to center the experiences of people of Africa and the Africa diaspora within their own historical, cultural, and sociological context. All right. First developed
as a systemized methodology by Malay Asante. There you go. That's his work. They at this time they all fighting. Not fighting, but they're all trying to educate. They got their different ways. Now watch this. Though, talking about Diaz now, though he himself never described himself as an Afrocentrist. So there you go. So what we doing? I'm not doing it. Why I gotta do it?
And so hold on.
I gotta do it. But why I gotta do it? Leave me out of that shit. I'm not doing it. I'm with Diaz. I'm not doing it. Go ahead.
Right. So Diaz, what they're saying is, by definition, Diaz and them were Afrocentrists. Meaning before the term came about, they were doing all of the things that makes up what Afrocentrists do.
Good. I'm glad
so
you said
even
that.
though
That's
the term
religious.
didn't exist, right? Or even though they didn't proclaim themselves as, I think they're looked at as Afrocentric. I mean, not to y'all. I think y'all the
FBA is doing.
I think y'all the only ones that would say.
Who can read?
Yeah, I think y'all the only ones that would say that Diop and them.
You know what? Y'all turn to white people. I don't appreciate y'all turning to white people right in front of my face.
We don't think Afrocentric is something nasty and disgusting.
That's the
y'all acting like it is.
Y'all think Afrocentric is
y'all acting like there's something dirty about it.
That's a lie.
It's not a negative.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yes, it can be.
Hold on. No.
It can be.
Listen, I come from a school of thought.
Chef, I ain't say. Hey, Chef, that's Reggie. I ain't say that. See how
I come from a school of thought where Afrocentricity was dope.
No,
I thought that was.
Listen.
So now I get around y'all and y'all looking like, that's some nasty. Like what?
Right.
Yo, hold on, man. Can we do this? Can we do it right? Before I get flipped up. Reggie said it was nasty. I just No, not me. I gotta start doing this. No,
Reggie says that it can get us.
I didn't say it was a negative thing. I didn't say that. No, I'm saying now people have turned it. Hold on, Reggie. Let me just get this out. I'm saying now people have turned it to a negative thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the people I follow wasn't that. So can I just stay with the atheist, yo? That's all I want Bay to do. I just want to stay with the atheist, yo. John Jackson, Hubert Hurston, Dr. But they was all atheists, yo. That's all.
They was Afrocentrists too.
No, they wasn't.
Yeah, they was Afrocentric.
Yo, when you go to the bookstore, what category are those books gonna be in?
I'm glad you brought me back to reality. Thank you for waking me up. Listen,
you hear what Reggie just said? Reggie said don't consider themselves that. He spoke out against it.
No, hold on.
That's what Reggie just said.
Hold on. You're gonna make me lose my train of thought. Come on, yo. Damn, I just got my train of thought.
That's what the man just said.
No,
they were against the term.
Don't
do that.
I might not get
Sorry. Go ahead. I just had to correct Chef because Chef didn't hear what the man just said.
Listen, hey Chef, listen, bro. Listen to me, man. You trying to do the thing. It sound logical what you saying. Well, they just come to there because that's what they was doing. Yo, they would cuss your motherfucking ass out if you did that to them, yo. They be like, what, nigga? I ain't that. Like I'm saying that. They be like, get the fuck out of here. Excuse my language. Hey, yo, that's what white people do. They don't allow you to have your own name. That's what African Americans is doing to the Egyptians right now. They won't allow them to have their own African agency, bro. So what I'm saying is, yo, it's like, hold on, I got you. Me, you, Chief X, yo, right? We in the same spheres, right? We're in the same atmosphere, right? Now, suppose Chief X come up with a term, yo, right? Niggas that fight on YouTube, some slick shit like that, right? And then later on, they clump us and we would cuss them out, nigga. I ain't fucking with Chief X. It be just like that, bro. That's how it was. And it's like, we don't fuck with that. We be furious. Yo, I would break every TV screen, yo, if Chief X came up with a name, yo, you know what I'm saying? And y'all clump me into that shit. Y'all be furious, yo. That's how they what Reggie could tell you.
But don't do that.
You get it like come on, yo. If John F. Clark that's not what they was doing, yo. Can they just do that?
I was there when Dr. John Henry Clark said that he's not Afrocentric. So what are you talking about?
Was lying.
The man said he's not. So they created a term and they try to put him in, and he ain't
like the term.
Exactly.
most people don't like to be boxed in, especially scholastically. Hold on. So you dig what I'm saying?
That's not right. You can agree
Scholastically,
with the shit he was saying, bro. That's the real shit.
but scholastically, I can agree with them not wanting people to scholastically put them in a box. Like they couldn't do nothing other than, you think what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but what about the other terms?
hold
Being a
on.
documentarian.
When
What about
Diop got his
documentarian?
degree, hold on. When Diop got his degree, he didn't get a degree in Afrocentrism,
He got a
right?
degree in
His
anthropology. So why can't he get anthropology?
exactly. Nuclear physicist, right?
Both. So you can't
Right.
go
So
with
it didn't come as Afrocentrism, right? His degree didn't say that, right?
and he did it to fuck with him.
Nope.
They said that to fuck
Nobody's
with
degree
you.
says that, Chef.
No.
There's no, it's not, nobody's degree says that.
Exactly.
There's no
But it's your line
thoughts
of
on
studying.
Afrocentrism.
It's your
It's not an academic term. We agree with that.
it's the proclivity.
That's a person.
It's your proclivity
You ever read
towards your field of study
You ever read it
that
though?
makes you Afrocentrist.
No, you ever read it though? You should read it.
Read
You don't
what?
call me Afrocentric. What he was
But
saying.
Afrocentrism is not academic, and that is why people
read
don't
it,
want to
though.
accept it.
You should read
There's
it.
no
though.
degree in that.
You gonna laugh? You gonna
That is
read
a
it?
personal ideology. That's
Why don't you just read it one day, yo?
That's like being an atheist.
You be like, come on.
That is
yo,
your
you
personal
know too
view.
much.
That has nothing to do with a degree.
You should just read it, yo. You should read it, yo. You should take your time and say, yeah, I'm gonna read it.
All we gotta do is recognize.
And this is the reason.
Were they looking at history and information through an African lens or a European lens? It's real clear, guys. It's real clear.
It's not clear.
How is not clear?
But there's only one lens.
Diop went to the Cairo Symposium.
There's only one
talking
lens.
like them crackers.
There's only one lens.
What?
In academics, there's only one lens. It's called the truth. It don't matter if you're black or white. It's the truth.
That's the truth.
And when people start to make something into race, that is where we run into a problem. That is why people who are academics don't want to use those terms.
People
Here
not
goes.
doing that.
I got the
That's when
first
you run into
edition.
problem.
All right, there you
I
go.
got the first edition
There
of
you go,
Afrocentricity.
All right, okay, let's go.
Huh.
They don't got it though. Chef don't got it. None of them got it.
Before it
No, I
changed
don't
a
got
million
it, so
times.
I'm gonna
You
listen.
say he changed it.
Let me go and find a part I want to read.
Listen,
It's
man,
like
I
the
ain't never
word
called
nigga.
myself that. Y'all, I would never be Afrocentric. Y'all tripping, yo.
It's like the word nigga.
But you see.
30
Okay,
years
it
ago.
says the book is a philosophical inquiry into the future of Afrocentric perspective and a testament of what NGIA, the ideology of victorious thought, right? So it's a philosophy,
right?
The psychology of a black person without Afrocentricity has become a matter of great concern. Really? Right? Really? To who? Right? Okay, so let me go.
Afrocentrics.
Right. So it's a group. It's a I don't want to say.
It's right here. Here you go. Here you go. Share my page. Let me share this. Here you go, right here, yo. Here you go. You got a list of them. Here you go. Look, I ain't sitting here doing this with y'all, bro. Y'all are tripping.
No.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Here goes.
All right, here you go. It say a list of Afrocentrists. What page is this? This is the Afrocentricity. There you go. There you go. He drew. Look, yo, listen. Look, Malay Ashanti in 1980. Yo, them niggas was rocking since the 50s. Yo, you tripping? So a young nigga gonna come up 1980, right? He said he drew his inspiration from a number of African and African diaspora intellectuals, including Shikanda Diop's, George James, that's my man, Dr. James, Harold Cruz, B. Wells, Langston Hughes, Malcolm X, and Garvey, and W.E. Du Bois. There you go, yo. So okay, young boy. But nigga, you ain't gonna put me in that though. You my man. I like the idea, yo, but I ain't doing it. And here go a list of Afrocentric. There you go. Read the list. Here you go. When people taking their name off the list. Abu Abari, Kwame Welsh Ashanti, Malay Ashanti, Ashi Blackshear, Belay, Nan Dove, Charles Phillips.
I don't know none of them.
Right, that's my
right.
That's right. So don't do me like that, yo.
Hold on. So
just because some wild Egyptians
and Lebanese dudes decide to bang on a bunch of African Americans and turn the shit into a wild ass epithet, yo. Don't put me in that.
It's a philosophy.
Yeah, it's
It's
philosophy.
their
It
philosophy.
actually is though, yo. But I won't let you talk though.
So I typed in, right?
Oh,
I typed in
no, you didn't.
a list of Afrocentric authors from the 1970s and 1980s.
How?
Right?
How you got a serious look on your face?
And it says, number one, Sheikh Auntie Dia. Number one.
That's hard.
Number one.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me read this, Reggie. It says, here's a list of notable Afrocentric authors from the 1970s and 80s, many of whom played a foundational role in shaping Afrocentric thought, Black consciousness, Pan-Africanism, and the reclamation of African history and identity. Number one, Sheikh Auntie Dia. Key works: The African Origins of Civilizations, Myth or Reality, 1974, and Civilizational Barbarism, 1981. Major influence on Afrocentricity and African historical studies. Number two, John Henry Clark, African American historian and professor. Key works: African People in World History, 1993. And founded African Heritage Study Association. And then it goes to Ivan Van Sertima, Chancellor Williams, Dr. Ben, Malefi Asante, and the list goes on and on.
Okay,
so if anybody, hold on, if most people pull up Afrocentrists and Afrocentrist authors, these are the people who gonna come up. So this is who people think about when they think of Afrocentrists. Y'all saying that
I didn't say
it's not real. I don't know.
No. Hey, yo, it's not one of them things. You know how we normally have this type of conversation. You know what I'm talking about, right, Chef? Yeah, I'm saying when I say, oh, the Egyptians, they like knew that. Yo, we ain't having them conversations.
But y'all acting like Afrocentricity
I
is
want to
something
ask
funky
you.
though.
I'm not. I want. No. Hold on.
Wait.
Don't read it, Reggie. Don't kill him yet. Hold on.
Kill me.
Listen.
I'm gonna kill you.
Listen. How come?
Can
I ask you a question, yo? When you read that, how come the first Afrocentrist ain't the nigga that made it up? Shouldn't he?
Because is what they do. It's not just it's not just what he said, right? It's what they do.
Are you sure?
It's the focus of their study. It's what they do. It's not just. It's just not Mr. Asante's definition. Y'all crazy? Like y'all really think y'all can do me like that?
No, yo, how can it not be that? That's like when I try to say what Black African power is, you argue me down. And then ChatGPT say what it is, same thing. Then can I have my shit? Is that possible or am I tripping? How you gonna go against what the man wrote? That's crazy. Yo. I'm not messing with y'all.
Okay, so let me wait. Everybody that's listening, tell me if you agree with this. Such a transforming power is necessary in order for us to capture the true essence of our souls again. There are 5 levels of awareness. The first level is called skin recognition. It is when a person recognizes that his or her skin is black and or her heritage is black, but cannot grasp any future reality. The second level is environmental recognition. In this level, the person sees the environment as indicating his or her blackness through discrimination and abuse. The third level is personality awareness. It occurs when a person says, I like music or dance or chitterlings. And indeed, the person may be speaking correctly and truthfully, but this is not Afrocentric. The fourth level of interest concern, this level accepts the first level and demonstrates interest and concern in the problem of Blacks and tries to deal intelligently with the issues of African people. However, it lacks Afrocentricity in the sense that it does not consume the life and the life and the spirit of the person. Afrocentricity The fifth level is when a person becomes totally changed to a conscious level of involvement in the struggle for his or her mental liberation. Only when this happens can we say the person is aware of the collective conscious will, an imperative of willpower, incessant alive with vital moves to eradicate every trace of powerlessness. Afrocentricity is like rhythm. It dictates the beat of your life. Now, this is mythology. This is mysticism. What you don't understand, if you read things like Karl Marx's works, Lenin, Stalin, right? What all those types of works, what it basically is tries to create a philosophy or worldview. If you read the Bible, it's the same thing. What I just read is the fifth level is Afrocentricity, and we're talking about the life and spirit of the person. No, we're doing research. We're actually supposed to be writing papers, doing research, using tools, right? Using statistics. We're not talking about the life and all these words, life, power, right? All of this stuff. No, that's begging on cult reality, right? And then you could pick and choose who is not doing that.
Kind of negative though, yo.
Who, me?
No, I'm saying no, not you. I'm saying because when you go to the exhibit in the Met Museum, they don't even call him an Afrocentric. They realize that shit is a little bit. Yeah, they wanted to keep it, tight on what he was actually doing.
Yeah, he's a scientist.
Yeah, that's wild, yo. That man
worked in UNESCO. He worked in UNESCO.
Yeah, they don't even put it in there. They don't put in UNESCO Afrocentrist. That shit is borderline.
So do they have underbreasted? Do they have in any of his exhibits? Do they have him down as a Eurocentric? No, they don't. But he was a Eurocentric. You know what I mean? Like you can look it up. Like so, it was what he did with his scholarship. It's not saying
I don't think breasted.
How those authors.
I like that.
So how those what did you used to tell me about Nzinga? That's not how the world classifies them.
Okay.
Right? But it is whether she was a slave or not, it was an actual fact. Right?
They call me
now, does the world recognize her as that? No. But was it a fact that she was that? Yes.
No, she wasn't no
same thing with breasted in them, right?
Breasted, they don't call breasted no Eurocentric.
Oh my God, yo.
It ain't in his Wikipedia page.
Yo, isn't
shouldn't it be on his Wikipedia? They say he's an Egyptologist, yo.
Hey, what basically
who was Diop in them fighting?
No, I'm not fighting. Hold on.
Diop in them was fighting Eurocentrism, right?
He was fighting.
They came about the fight against Eurocentrism.
Against the anti-scientific part of it.
Yes.
Eurocentrism.
Yeah, they said everything started in Europe. Yeah.
Yes. You dig what I'm saying? So,
that's what I'm saying. You don't consider him that. He's an Egyptologist. I don't think Preston was the. You might be right.
Hold on. Listen. Allow me to make mistakes. You got to say that these motherfucking days, bro. You know what I'm saying, yo? We just having a good general conversation, nigga.
Yeah. See,
I got the first book.
Man, I don't even know who you reading from. Like, I don't trust that.
Oh, that's the book. That's his book.
Listen,
he
the only person that have that.
Right.
So
no, that's how long I've been studying this.
It's falling, the pages falling apart, yo. We don't know that.
Because that's how we know you're Afrocentrist.
Because you got the book.
Because you got the book and you read it to the pages fell off.
You see all of this? You see all this red
highlighted this shit. He was in that. Hey, Reggie, did you say you're Afro?
You the Afrocentrist, right?
Yeah. No. If you got the book and highlighted with different colors, you're Afrocentrist.
No, you got the Afrocentrist Bible.
No, we were critiquing it. So that's why he got more editions, because we critiqued the hell out of this book.
Oh yeah, y'all
had to write second and third.
Funny as shit in history. Wow, they couldn't stand him, man. That's crazy, yo.
Hey, if you go back 50 years ago,
his own group ran him off, Chef. You know that, right?
If you go back 50 years ago, saying the N-word, saying nigga, people will look down upon that. Nowadays, that's a term of endearment. So Afrocentric back then, it maybe was a slight, it maybe was disrespect. Now we take that as they looking at history and everything through an African lens, and you got Europeans doing the same thing. So you go pick what side of the fence you on, or we gonna put you there.
Yeah,
Oh,
no matter
you're not gonna wait. Nobody ain't gonna put wait. Let's stop. Super Wavy. Look, I know too many scholars. I know them all. There's very few of them of that generation that I don't know and I met. Ain't no young dude who ain't read as much as I read, not talking about you, but anybody is going to put me out because I stood in the conversations where they critiqued each other. Afrocentricity is a philosophy. We're not doing philosophy now. We're doing research. We're trying to understand the African. Now, what they do is what the New Testament did with the Hebrews. They put things into the Afrocentricity from the Old Testament. So they're the New Testament. So they get to describe everything from the Old Testament. But the Jews who are in the Old Testament say, no, they're not Christians. And so that's what happens with philosophy and religion and all this BS stuff, right? So my elder in his Winter's Life, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, he was not Afrocentric. They called him Afrocentric.
They'll cuss you out.
But he wasn't Afrocentric.
Yeah, they trying to cuss you
John Henry Clark was not Afrocentric. Why? Because I heard it from I heard it with my own ears. And I'm one of those people. Listen, there were a lot of people that was close to him in his later years. I was close to him. Dr. Ben, I was close to him. So much so, I was both their pallbearers. Y'all, no young dude is going to tell me what I heard from my own ears, right? And had discussions with them. They're not going to tell me, Dr. Ben, you never heard him say he was an Afrocentrist.
Never. Nowhere.
All right, Uncle Reggie, let me ask you this.
This is crazy.
Were these guys that we talking about, were they repping Africa or were they speaking with a white boy really mind?
No. See, what you didn't understand, Super Wavy.
All of it. They did all
Super Wavy. They didn't subscribe to the philosophy of Molefe Kete Asante because they felt that he didn't know enough. He didn't even know the people. He didn't know the people that they knew. The Chancellor Williams, the John G. Jacksons, right? The Dr. George D.M. James. He didn't know those people. The Boyces. Dr. Clark is the closest person to the Du Bois. The Leo Hansberry. He didn't know those people. So they're not going to listen to somebody who's a young person. You got to understand, Molefe was young compared to these guys. Dr. Clark was 70 when I met him. When he probably met Molefe, he was probably maybe about 50. Molefe got a PhD in communications. His wife, Karamu Welsh, she was in Buffalo University. That's the time period that Dr. Arthur Smith, he becomes Dr. Molefe Kete Asante. I know their first and that. I know their government names before they switch.
Did Dr. Ben cater to his people with his information?
Did Dr. Ben cater to who?
He just saying.
Did Dr. Ben cater to his people with his information?
Set up question.
Okay, so watch this. Have you ever seen Dr. Molefe Kete Asante with Dr. Yosef Ben-Jokanan?
Did Dr. Ben cater to his people with his information, or was he catering to white people?
He was catering to his no, stop. He was a Cornell University professor. He catered to everybody.
Yeah, that's real.
That means he an Afrocentrist, Uncle Reggie. You
graduated
from Cornell, you an Afrocentrist.
He didn't graduate from Cornell. He taught at Cornell.
So let me ask y'all a question.
Oh my goodness.
Brother Reggie. So the term Eurocentric, right? Or Eurocentrism. Who coined that term?
I don't know.
He just told you Molefe Kete Asante. You're not
No, I said Eurocentrism.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
Who did it?
Right. So what I'm saying is, you don't know, but just because he wrote a book and defined his form of Afrocentrism, he did not make the word. So
he did. He actually did.
No, hold on. If you have Eurocentrism, right, then why wouldn't you have a equal term of Afrocentrism?
Why
Because
y'all
it's
got
not
me
the
agreeing
same
with
thing.
Chef? Why y'all got me agreeing with Chef?
You're in trouble if you agreeing with Chef, yo. He hang out with Chief Jackson. That shit,
The residue and the fetties and they shit rub off on him. He don't even mean it.
Because
You know it's
Dr.
hard to be
Asante, one thing I learned from Reggie and Ankh is that PhDs get to define things, right? Words, right? That's one of the things that come along with their doctoralship, right? They get to define words, right? So he gave his definition of
No,
Afrocentrism. But
no, Chef, you're not listening.
Afrocentrism just means the focus on Africa as the center of your study. That's what it
No,
means.
you're not listening, Chef.
It's not a.
Are
It's
you
not.
listening, Chef? Chef, you're not
It's not a
listening.
virus. It's not a
That's not what he
virus.
said. You're not listening. Reggie said African-centered is not the same as Afrocentrism.
Yeah, that's two different things.
Maleficenti Asante literally defined and wrote the book on Afrocentrism.
It doesn't
He
matter.
said
So
Maleficenti
who defined
Asante was the
Eurocentrism?
one.
Who coined the term Eurocentrism?
We don't know, but we know
Yeah, you're not
Maleficenti
gonna
No,
be.
it's just the word, bro. It's just the word.
Okay, the word
It's just the
Eurocentrism.
word.
The
And it
word
has a definition to
Eurocentrism.
it.
The word Eurocentric. The word.
Would you like this, bro?
Don't let me mute your mics.
I don't even
The word, because people want to learn. The term
You got me, yo.
Eurocentrism.
You got the good Negro logic right now.
The term Eurocentrism.
Go ahead, Reggie.
My own
Hey,
damn
Reggie, you
show.
sound crazy as shit reading
The
that.
word, the term. Okay, y'all gonna. I gotta mute your mics now. I gotta mute mic. Or I gotta mute Ankh and yeah. No. You so low we can't hear you. The term Eurocentrism was coined in the 1970s, right, by an Egyptian economist, Samir Amin. Eurocentrism was coined in the 1970s by an Egyptian economist, Samir Amin, who used it to critique the global dominance of European models of development and knowledge. Right? Okay, so there's your answer. It's Egyptian.
Back to Egypt again.
There you go. So look at Chef's face. It was coined by an Egyptian economist.
Source, yo. Tell him give you a source for that. He got you the left hook. That's the punch you don't see to knock you out.
That don't even make sense.
Okay, fine. So now I gotta mute your mic and I gotta share it. So now so now I gotta mute your mic.
I just knew it was a black person that came up with that.
Right. So here it goes. Share screen 2. Right? Because I had to look it up and back to Egypt. So here we go. There it goes. Here it goes. The term Eurocentrism itself was coined in the 1970s by Egyptian economist Samir Amin. That sounds like an Ngozi name. Like Samir Amin, who used it to critique the global dominance of European models of development and knowledge. Source: Eurocentrism in Wikipedia. Source: Eurocentrism, keywords in race colonialism. However, the phenomena it describes predates the term by centuries. That's the phenomena. There you go. So, Chef, you're back on because you my bro.
Thank you.
I did.
That shit's funny right there. Yeah, I give up.
So now we go back to Egypt.
It's a slur now. In 2025, it was a slur when a person called
it wasn't old. It was a modern term, 1970s. That's 5 years after I was born. Look at Chef. He going to the computer.
You gonna agree with? He ain't got no choice. That's why. That's funny.
Being
Dr. Ben came up with that, yo. You sure Dr. Ben didn't come up with that, yo?
being labeled an Afrocentric is not a disease, guys. It's not a virus. It ain't none of that. It's a good
I
thing.
don't want to be that though. I'd rather be labeled an atheist. I'm cool with that. I like that. Black
Yeah,
atheist.
I'd rather
Real
be.
black atheist. Coin don't mean that you created the word.
Yes, coined.
No. It don't mean coin the word. It mean you use it to the point where motherfuckers
That's what
attribute
it
to you
means, Chef.
like that.
Yes,
pseudo.
it does. That's exactly what.
No, like I coined the word pseudo. It's already there. He used it for a particular. Yeah, I use it.
Why don't you just read the source and get back to us? So let's just do another show. The fact of the matter is, John Henry Clark was not an Afrocentrist. Neither was Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Neither was Dr. Ben. Those are my three major teachers. Right? They were not Afrocentric. John Jackson was not an Afrocentrist. Those things were attributed to them after their death. But Dr. John Henry Clark in his life was saying, I am not an Afrocentrist.
Uncle Reggie, are you an Afrocentrist?
No, of course not.
Look at the name of your YouTube channel. We gotta stop this shit.
We gotta stop it. We gotta stop it.
What the fuck? Are you a Eurocentrist?
My name of the name of my channel is Africa Online TV.
Yeah, you Afrocentrist.
No. The name of my channel is Africa Online TV. Where's the philosophy? I do things on Africa.
Y'all acting like the black people from the 1970s. Don't call me no nigga. Don't call me that. Don't call me that. Y'all acting just like y'all don't know definitions change over time. What the hell?
But see,
I agree with you, but I don't like the way this shit changed. Now it's stupid. I don't like that. But now everything is black, yo. So you probably Afrocentric, bro.
I am.
You blackity black, not me.
If you black and you say you're not an Afrocentrist, I gotta look at you sideways.
Oh, well, look at me sideways. I'm definitely looking at you sideways. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? I'm definitely
super wavy.
You're basically saying you're a Eurocentrist. If you push it back that hard, you're a Eurocentrist.
Okay, bet. I'm an atheist, and I'm a real black atheist. And I'm scientifically literate, and I got enough to know just because some shit y'all done got niggas beefing with me over some shit I don't even say. Go figure that out. I gotta protect everybody in this motherfucker.
I have a right. I have agency. So does Dr. Clark, Dr. Jeffries, Dr. Ben. We have agency. We can say right now in public what we subscribe to. I do not subscribe to no Afrocentricity.
I ain't never was that.
So
I might have fought now. I don't mind fighting for Afro centricity or Afro, you know what I'm saying, when it's right. I don't have a problem with that defending y'all when y'all jump out the window crazy and I gotta help out. I don't mind. I'm definitely back up. When Reggie do the black bull and forget he got white spots on you, I'm definitely here for you, Reg.
No, the Minwar bull does not have no black spots. The Apis bull does. So let's keep it a buck.
I got a question.
Keep it a buck.
When you see people use Ngozi to better their argument, how do you feel about that, knowing what they're using Ngozi for is directly against what you're saying?
But I think Ngozi got a right in his own agency to say what he want to say out of his mouth, and nobody can use nobody against me because I'm even going to agree with it or disagree. I use the experts. I'm not sitting up here letting a non-degree person ever, I'm saying, destroy experts. I don't go here with it. I don't care either. It could be Reggie, Chef, Ngozi, everybody, Asar. I don't listen to none of them niggas when
I don't need your permission.
But I'm just saying, I've been keeping it. I keep it fair. Like I go read the experts. I'm not listening. Why I need to? I can call up a geneticist, bro.
Oh, listen.
I can talk to 2, 3 geneticists. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, yo. Like 2, 3, 4, 5 Egyptologists, 6, 7. Like I'm not listening to y'all. That's like me looking at my show. Listening. No. I'm saying I'm relying on the experts, bro. Right? And I'm gonna read it like the Journal of Nature. That was a great article. You got people calling a nigga pseudo. Wait a minute, he's sourced in it. You got to push back from that. It's that behavior that people got when they think they better than the experts, yo. So they never use Ngozi. Ngozi read the article like I did. I didn't see nothing wrong with what he was saying. I understand what the man is saying. Maybe y'all don't understand what the man is saying. He's not going against me. I think
I
he
heard
did
you
great
say
though.
something earlier. Earlier you said just because they back migrate into Africa, what the
Right.
hell does that mean? Can you
Right.
explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm saying like it's the great event or some shit like that.
Right.
It's just some people coming back into an existing African population and they get absorbed. That's what it is. The article tell you that. It says. So if we're looking at 22%, right, and 77%, that 22% represent 1/5 of that particular individual's genome. They coalesce with people in Mesopotamia and those surrounding regions. What's the fuck wrong with that? How's that crazy? Well, and then not just the DNA. Then let's look at the history. Well, we know that people from Western Asia ran into people from the Nile Valley. How do we know? Because they make what they call later on we'll call Mediterranean culture. That's accurate. That's a very, very accurate article right there, bro. Like I'm not tripping off that. Yeah, I'm not sitting here all pulling that. Oh no, that's a 1.35. That ain't he's a 3.5, 6, 7, 8, 9 African. Okay, bro, you got me. What you want me to do? You're better than me. You see a whole group and you got me, yo. All I know is Egypt was started in Africa, homegrown in Africa, and if y'all want to make them all outside people, bet. So then the continent make motherfuckers African then. You know what I'm saying? The air they breathe, the animals they eat, the culture they practice was African then. They was people from the Middle East that got super slick when they got to Africa. All right, bet. What you want me to say? Y'all win. All right, okay, bet. But they walked in there and got intelligent, got super slick. Yeah, made the writing system, built the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? They usurped the people that's been there for 350,000 years. 300,000 years on the Nile. You got people on the Nile 300,000 years. Nobody talks about them. Oh, they what? Where they go? What's up? Yeah, I want to see everything. It ain't over with yet. It ain't the conversation ain't over. There's a lot of stuff to come out. Yeah. I might be reading the preprints while y'all talking crazy. Now, how about that?
Okay.
Now, hey Reggie, I might be reading the preprints while y'all talking crazy. Yeah. How about that? Right. Some Northeast African DNA. How about that paper? Yeah, I ain't heard of it yet, huh?
This conversation, okay. Uncle Reggie, I think Uncle was on our side for this. I think Uncle was on our side tonight.
Uncle's on. Listen, I mean,
now if y'all say something crazy, anybody listen? If they say something crazy, I'm doing here. I don't agree. I don't agree. Just for the record, I don't agree. Yeah. So Reggie, how do you feel about them saying there is no Sub-Saharan Africa in that one individual? How do you feel about that? Are you affixed to Sub-Saharan? What's your stance on that? Because that's what
my stance is one specimen, but it's one specimen that the world has rather than what we know more just July than we knew in June and May. Yeah. There's more to learn, but there is one specimen that we have, and that the Egyptian government has a lot of specimens, but they know it's not going to say what they wanted to say. But this one specimen, what it does say that
why do you say that, Reggie? I'm confused now.
You know they hide DNA. They baby feeding us DNA.
The Egyptian government, right, has many samples that they could sequence themselves. This sample came from a European museum or site, right, and that they had for damn near 20, 30 years. So he's not 40 years. So this sample is not new.
So you saying they picking and choosing, yo?
Yeah, they are.
I swear.
Yeah, they're picking and choosing. Yeah. They're picking and choosing because they have the samples, but the URAC is also sequencing what they have in European museums. So the problem is what this did was that they weren't ready for it showed that this sample is distinct from modern present-day Egyptians. And this is what they did not want to come out. Yes, the modern-day Egyptians.
Hold on, what? It don't say that.
Yes, it does.
You know, so go get that. Read it. I'm reading. I'm make sure you ain't messing that up. Had me on. Let me see. I ain't thought it said that, Reggie.
I think it says Sub-Saharan got more DNA now. They got more Sub-Saharan.
I don't understand how. Oh, wait. Okay, so go ahead.
I just say go get that. I ain't say nothing.
Okay.
We just want to read on the show. It's a show. Come on, bro.
Okay.
Damn,
all right.
On that, man. Come on, man.
Okay. So let's go to this.
Human genome from an ancient Egyptian sequence in 4,000 OT. Oh, we ain't read this one yet.
Okay. Well, let's go here first. We go here first. So share screen. Let's go here first. We're going to go to an earlier article, right? Now, the earlier article says present day, this was already in 2019, present day Egyptians are genetically different from the ancient Egyptians, right? That was in 2019, right? So let's just start here and let's go
What you reading? Hold on, bro. What you reading? That's not a paper. What you doing? Go back, right?
What do you mean it's not a paper?
Go back. Let me see what you got. That's a blog. What you doing?
Right. It's from
click the paper.
So now, right? Okay, so this important study was published in Nature Communications under the title Ancient Egyptian Mummy Genome Suggests an Increase in Sub-Saharan Ancestry in Post-Roman.
That's Suleiman. That's the Suleiman.
Right. Okay, so it's taking ancient, okay. So, and then that's where it said ancient Egyptians were most closely related to Europeans than modern Egyptian scientists claim. That was all the Suleiman article. Yes. So it started there, right? It started there. But within there, right? Within there, within that paper, what people missed was the early, what people missed was the early things that it said because they focused on the Sub-Saharan. They didn't focus on the other thing. So then they started looking at present day Egyptians, but it shows that people didn't read the damn article, right? So, okay. So it says shared drift mixture analysis of 3 ancient Egyptians with other modern and ancient populations. So people missed that. So they looked at those groups and they started analyzing with other populations. Now it says, the scientists then determined whether modern Egyptians could be modeled as a mixture of ancient Egyptians and other populations. For this, they computed F3 statistics. The result is shown to succeed and points toward Sub-Saharan African populations as the missing component, confirming the result of admixture analysis. Next, the scientists estimated fractions of Sub-Saharan ancestry in ancient and modern Egyptians. For this, they used 2 methods, the QPDM and the F4 ratio test, which is in the current article. They came with the following results. Modern Egyptians inherit 8% more ancestry from African ancestry than the 3 ancient Egyptians did, which is also consistent with the admixture results in above. Absolute estimates. The 3 ancient Egyptians range from 6.6 to 15%, and the modern Egyptians range from 14 to 21%, talking about the Sub-Saharan. So now we go to the first genome. No, I got to go to the whole genome, the Nature article. So the Nature article, right? I don't know. I don't know how y'all read, but I know Schuneman's. This article pulled in material from the Schuneman article, and the Schuneman article was the one that compared present day to ancient Egyptian. But y'all were more concerned about the Sub-Saharan rather than what the modern Egyptians had, right? So then we go to this article. In this section right here in the article is this, yeah. So give me a second to get there. There's a chart in the charts are not coming up yet. It's not loading yet. Give me a second for it to load. But you could see right you can see what I'm saying right now is that they had already said that the modern present day Egyptians were not the same as the ancient Egyptians. Now we have the Nurawat that actually confirms it. So let's go. So do y'all have any problems with what I'm saying already? Do you have any problems with what I just said?
No, sir.
What they did is they added on to the Shinnerin article. But y'all concerned about not Ankh, but they're concerned about the Sub-Saharan, the fake out, right? They're not concerned about the ancestry of the present day Egyptians, which I am concerned about. And here's the chart right here. So, huh? What do you mean? I hate that.
What? I'm with you. Shit, I'm reading something. So I'm reading like you read.
Okay, so where is this? No, they have another chart which shows the breakdowns of where these people come from. This is the genome of the Old Kingdom Egyptian. I want the present day Egyptians. So give me a second. So that's the Old Kingdom, and so let's go to the present day, the Hawass in them.
What?
The Hawass in them. Ancestry. So then you missed this.
Modern Egyptians.
Ancestry in later Egypt. The
Go ahead, read that.
Yeah. So the Nurawat genome extends the genetic record of ancient Egyptians beyond previously published data from the third intermediate period. So that's Pianki Chahaka. We modeled these later individuals using the QPADM, which the other Schuneman study did, with putative sources from a set of 9 populations from North Africa, including Nurawat, West Asia, and Greece, who lived between the Old Kingdom and the third intermediate period, and also included genomes from the middle Neolithic period. So let me just speed it up, because I'm getting tired. So the ancestry of modern Egyptians. Let's blow this up. Let's see who the modern Egyptians are. Can I, let me just see if I can blow it up. Give me a second. So here is the modern ancestry of later Egyptians, right? So, okay, so the problem is not this problem right here, which is the Morocco and the Nuiwat, which is which you expect to be there if there was no broken chain. But the problem is this: the yellow, which is the Caucasus, right? The Levant, right? The Congo Kindoki Proto-Historic, which is the pink, and the Ethiopia Moto Man, right? So these groups, the Moto Man and the Congo, they contribute to the modern Egyptians, right? Which makes them distinct from this group over here, which would be the Nurak sample, right? So this data aligns with the other data, except for in the previous study, we didn't have the sequenced genome. Now we have the sequenced genome, and when they sequenced the present day, they find all of this gibberish in it. So this makes them distinct from this population down here. Okay, so there you go. I'm getting a little tired. Seabreeze, you couldn't. Seabreeze, my brother. You can do a presentation anytime that you want, right? Anytime that you want, and let's go and see your reading comprehension, right? You said Seabreeze says I need to where it says Reggie, read the section where it says we next tested, right? So we next tested in this article. So let's go back. I don't know why I have to read that because what you got to see what they're doing. They have the sequence, and now they're identifying. Okay, so let's do what you say. We next test it. We next test it. No, I don't see. It's not coming up in this article. We next test it. Let's just say test it. So so my problem is how you actually read articles and understand how tested. Okay, so here they test populations. These are the populations that they test. Morocco, Mesopotamia, which was on the bottom of the graph, which is positive for all tested populations, right? So then it also talks about Zagros Caucasian groups and Chalcolithic and Bronze Age. So let's go on to the next testing. So once you have this model, now they're testing it up. Okay, so now we tested this by applying the same full QP-ADM model to target groups from the Bronze Age, Anatolia, and the Levant, right? And they get okay. So then they get material, they get information, data from that, right? This period is concomitant with observed gene flow from Mesopotamia to Anatolia, which may have expanded into Egypt as well in support of substantial change. So now, next we go. Now they go, we tested models. Okay, so then they start talking about the third intermediate period. These results are consistent with the third intermediate period genomes deriving part of the ancestry from local groups related to Nuara individual, while evidencing a significant increase in Levantine. So during the Bronze Age, you see increase in Levantine. And so now they put up the whole thing, and then you find that the modern day Egyptians absorbed all of this stuff, which is okay. It's not okay to Hawass, but it's okay. Right? It's okay. We next tested how present-day Egyptian ancestries could be traced to the Bronze Age populations living in North Africa, including the Nuara, West Asian, Europe, and Sub-Saharan, right? So when they tested the Sub-Saharan, they find that the present-day Egyptians absorbed these groups over here. They found that they absorbed Nuiwat, Middle Neolithic Morocco, which, okay, Bronze Age Levant, 4,500 year individual from Ethiopia, Mota, they absorbed that, and two approximately 230-year-old individuals from the Congo. They absorbed that. They black.
What? What? You took too long. You should have started the black part. You took too long to get you they black. You got Next time, start with that first, yo. You read.
Yeah, no, I started over here in the earlier article.
You said, hold on, what? Let me go. No, go back. Damn. Go back to that.
I started here. It says
go
this
back
is
to that other page right there. Go back to that other page.
Okay.
This was that. Damn, I ain't understand none of that shit.
Yes, you did.
I did.
It's just getting late. So here it goes right here. Okay.
What you read? Individuals from, go ahead.
We next tested how present-day Egyptian ancestry could be traced to the Bronze Age populations living in North Africa, including the Nuara individual, West Asia, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa, using QP-ADM. Despite substantial heterogeneity, most present-day Egyptian genomes can be modeled as deriving their ancestries from 5 sources: the Old Nuiwat, Old Kingdom; Middle Neolithic Morocco, North African; Bronze Age Levant; the 4,500-year-old individual from Ethiopia, Motaman; and 2 approximately 230-year-old individuals from Congo. Okay. So what they're finding is that they, from the Schuneman report, which they took part of that from, and they did not disagree, right? That in this report, they said they looked at it, and they in this case they did not have the Nuri sample, but they said next scientists estimated that fractions of sub-Saharan ancestry in ancient and modern Egyptians. For this, they used two methods: the same QPDM or the QAPDM, depending on how they are doing it, and F4 ratio test. They came with the following result. Modern Egyptians inherit 8% more ancestry from African ancestors than the three ancient. Let's see. They came to the thing that modern Egyptians inherit 8% more from African ancestors than the three ancient Egyptians do, which also is consistent with the admixture results above absolute estimates in the three ancient Egyptians range from 6 to 5%, and the modern Egyptians from 14 to 21%. So they start over here. They're looking at the results shown in 6C, and it points towards sub-Saharan populations as the missing component, confirming the rest of the admixture analysis. So what I'm trying to say is that the modern present-day Egyptians have more of other populations in them that makes them distinct, related, but distinct from the old Egyptian model. Why? Because you have all of this gene flow into the present-day Egyptians. So they have the stuff that we expect them to have, the North African stuff. We expect them to have it, and they have it. However, the problem is this stuff right here. We expect them to have this. This is the Morocco from the Schuneman report, and now it's the Nuiwat, which we know is the North African sample, but they have all of this stuff over here, the Levant, right? The old Egyptian did not have no Levant BS in it, right? Minor, right? It had Northeast Africa, not Levant, and it had Mesopotamia. But the modern Egyptian has all this stuff. The yellow, the Caucasus, has all of this from the Romans and the Greeks. It has the Minoans, which is the black, and it has sub-Saharan, all of this purple and pink. There you go. Okay, so let me look at my Cash App. I did thank some people, but it was actually
from Reggie, I gotta go to sleep. I'm gone.
Yeah, I gotta go. So I want to thank Sister Kamani is the only person today who bought me lunch. So that's not fair. That's not fair. So let me give my Cash App up. That's not fair. That's not fair. Let me say that again. So here's my Cash App. This is a Cash App show. Hit the Cash App for the show. It could be $5. It could be just something. But come on. It could be something. I'm not begging you, but I gave a lot. I gave a great video. I gave great commentary. I had great guests. Hit the Cash App. So I'm going to play some Cash App music, and I'm ending the show. Thanks very much. There it goes. Here we go. I'm going to play Love. Love music. Here you go. I want to thank everybody for showing up. Appreciate you. Support your brother. Support the show. Support the information. I think the information is powerful. I'm going to put up a mini show of it without the conversation. But I'm going to thank everybody for it. Channel on your way out, and